Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon. Hello. How you doing? Hello, everyone. Hold on. La 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 la. I'm ready. What are you talking about? I'm prepared. We're here. Hello. Can you hear me? Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. I was just in my office trying to figure this out. And it is working now. Okay. Hello. We're going to be making a few different things today. I'm going to get you guys to teach me to make upside down nachos. It was a redemption from Margot because I like nachos, the idea of nachos, but I don't like how soggy they get. So Margot introduced me to the idea of having them upside down, which is like on the tray you have the meat and the vegetable, like the meat stuff, and then you put the tortilla chips or the nacho, like corn chips on top, and then bake it, or with cheese, I don't know. So I purposefully haven't really Googled it because I thought it'd be fun for you guys to teach me, or like we can work it out together. We're also going to make creme brulee for piece one, and possibly we're going to make some ice cream. But I want to put cookies in the ice cream, but I don't have any cookies, so I was thinking we should bake some cookies to then crumble up to put in the ice cream and then have cookie ice cream. Nothing's complicated around here. So before we get into the stream, let's go to last time on. Back to last time on. This was the last stream. A lot of the stuff will be incorrect. Oh no, it's not. It is working. So we didn't stream on Monday. I apologize. I'm pretty sure it's dehydration. I didn't drink any water at a family gathering, and I had 2 drinks, but I just woke up, went to bed that night, possibly thinking I had a headache, and then woke up and it was worse. So didn't stream on Monday, but this was last stream, which was Friday. So we're streaming today, Wednesday, and Friday as well to make up for it. We made gumbo caramel cookie bars. God, they were amazing. Seriously, this was like how they looked on stream. But once I cooked them a little bit more and cut them, I took them to the family gathering, and seriously, they were so good. They were so good. They had like chewy caramel inside. They were really Moorish. The caramel wasn't too sweet, so I'm going to try and replicate that. And Miss Demina said, I'm sad I missed the cookie bars after nagging you to make them. That's okay. I thought there'd be something up. I hope you've got your power and you're doing well and you're staying cool or warm. Well, cool, right? We also did bagels. They look like donuts, but they're bagels. That is the bagel recipe from the website. They are delicious. Nito was inspired, and Nito made them as well, I saw. 6 subs, resubs, gifted subs, 13 new people in the form of follows. Thank you everyone for the support. And it was the last few days of merch sale. So the merch sale ended on Sunday. Well, I turned it off on Monday morning. So thank you everyone who got on board with the merch sale. Really appreciate it. It's kind of we got an email yesterday which put a dampener on everything. So I'm grateful that we did the sale. Do you guys remember I told you that some of our merch we got sent back to us and we got like a huge fee, whatever? One of the shipments got lost in somewhere and it destroyed. It was so bad it was destroyed. There was no photo evidence. And that included 12 cookbooks. So it was one of the smaller packages that got lost, or and we got told we could claim for it. And we're like, yeah, that's awesome. Like, you know, the retail value. And they said that because it was uninsured, which we didn't know, we didn't have an option to insure it, because for those that didn't know, we tried to get the shipment a quote. We thought we were getting a quote to get it sent home from the US. It got shipped without us knowing. It got divided into 3 packages. We got a $900 US dollar bill, which we weren't planning on. And then part of it got lost. They said we could only claim 100 US dollars. So it's about it was about like 900 US dollars worth of product, retail value, and we can only claim $100. So a little bit of a sore point, and we're trying. I'm going to see what we can do, but it's a bit shit. So thank you everyone for the merch orders that have contributed to, it's pretty devastating, pretty crap, but trying to not focus on it, and just the whole situation the last few months, we've lost so much money. But I just thought I'd let you know that I'm very, very grateful for everyone who got involved in the merch sale. What am I going to say? The bundles are still on a sale. They still have, I think, 20% off. So if you want to check them out. Been burnt like that before. We're shipping our business stock from the US that got destroyed, out of pocket a lot. And they have, it's just like they're an American company. It's really hard to contact them and, with time zones and get back to them or whatever. Communicate, and it just feels like, because they're so big, they don't care about our small little account. And thank you, Mr. Mean, I appreciate it. I just thought let you guys know what's going on. But I just try not to focus on the crappy stuff, and we're gonna have some fun today. So we're gonna do all things food, and then we're gonna be getting into. Would you like to do creme brulee or nachos first? And then ice cream. What I'm thinking, I gave Exceed the options yesterday. We're going to try a coffee ice cream with like a chocolate swirl and like cookies crunched up. I'm thinking a no churn ice cream. Because how many of you guys have ice cream machines? Probably not many. And no churn ice cream really makes really minimal, uses minimal ingredients. And you can do heaps of mix-ins, and you can make heaps of different varieties. The issue that I have with it is it's really rich. It's really rich. It uses condensed milk and cream. So I want to try and find something that is simple, minimal ingredients, but not as intense. It's really luxurious, which is really nice, but sometimes you want something a little bit less sweet, a little bit intense. We like rich, okay, yeah, we'll see. All right. I guess the creme brulee needs time to set. Yes. So we're gonna make it in the pressure cooker. I'm gonna show you how to make the creme caramel in the pressure cooker. Then we're gonna refrigerate it and then make it into creme brulee. Instead of turning it over, we're gonna be making it into, instead of creme brulee, creme caramel that you flip over and invert, and it's like a pudding. We're gonna keep it in the dish, and we're going to torch it when it's cool. So it's super easy, and the recipe's all in together. And we should probably make that first, I think. Yeah. I'm here for these meals: nachos and creme brulee and ice cream. We had a new recipe go up on the website yesterday. It was a bit, I had to rush to do it yesterday because I had Monday off. So I typed it all up, and hopefully it's okay. If you, as always, if you notice any errors or things that you think could be better in spelling stuff, I'll try my best. And I usually have the wonderful mods and community members that pick me up on stuff. If there's errors or things that you think should be clearer in the recipes, please let me know. Either send me a message, Discord, website message in there. It's good. All right. All things food. Let's go. Okay. I think we looked at this already. I wasn't sure where we started. Roast beef, white American cheese, and sesame. Yes. All right. Then that was the glass noodles. Booger did the Naples pizza. Yes, so Taryn. Oh, this, my little pouty face. These were the chocolate chip caramel cookie bars. I don't know what you can call it, but it was delicious. It was really good. Look at this. It's really hard to do with one hand, but that like a layer of caramel inside. Oh, guys. I like this. I made half, like the full recipe for the cookies, but to fit into a proper brownie tin, you need to double the recipe. But I don't know I think that's too much. Like, I think the one cookie recipe, which you'll see like here, like that was half of a brownie tin, and I think that was enough. But like, I don't know, there's no baking tin, like a standard baking tin that will fit that much. So I don't even have one that's deep enough and small enough to fit. But it's like awkwardly shaped if you keep it in a baking tin. It's like half of the baking tin. Do you know? Maybe a loaf tin. There we go. That's a good idea. Maybe we find a loaf. I remake it again in a loaf tin, because then you can make it thicker as well. If we do it in a loaf tin, then it will be like a thicker bad boy. Yeah. Anyway, that was me just flexing on you with my cookies. This is Margot made the apple cinnamon scrolls from the website. Delicious. She's struggling just like me and just like a lot of people at the moment with the cold weather. The yeast is a little bit slow to proof and to get strong, but they look delicious. I'm glad that you enjoyed them. I had issues with proofing. I had luck under the heater before, but not today. The room was just too cold, so not as light and fluffy as I'd like, but I'm trying to improve bread. I'm very proud of you, very excited to see you guys trying new things. Hey, Mandelbrot. Kaz made off-brand mac and cheese and hot dogs. So this is, I've only ever really made and bought the mac and cheese for a family friend like 10 years ago, because that was all she would eat. The mac and cheese, delicious. Does it come with the hot dogs, or you just get hot dogs and chop them up? Crostally, please. Hey, how's bells? 7 months. Thank you very much for the resub. Oh my gosh. Crostoli. Okay. I need to remind me what a crostoli is. I've heard of the name, but I can't think of it at the moment. All right. Thank you very much, Hells Bells. Okay. Look at this. Yes. Has anyone ever done this? Roselli said, I used to eat this as a child, need to go again for nostalgia, do it again for nostalgia. We do it with a can of chili, like chili beans. Crostoli is the fried pastry. Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay, yes. Now I know what it is. Thank you, Hells Bells. That sounds delish. Okay, so question. Shock Value said with a can of chili, so baked bean, mac and cheese with chili con carne. Crostoli. Not crow, crostoli. Like that. Thank you for sharing. Merrick. Supposed to be smiley faces, now they look like tortured souls begging for death. I like it. Cheese-filled buns. I'll get around it. Cro, cro, cro. Kate made puff pastry danishes. Homemade custard, raspberry blueberries. Turned out okay. More custard next time. Yes, these look so good. So unfortunately, we'll talk about the croissants that I made last week. We'll talk about them in a minute. Chocolate crackles. These are huge in Australia. They're usually made in like a patty pan or a cupcake liner, but much better, like Kate's done it here. She said that she does it in slice form so you don't find cupcake wrappers throughout the house. The kids just like throw them, take the wrapper off and throw it around. They're basically like, like a crunch, like a crunch chocolate bar that has like the rice pops. It's like that, but like thicker and nicer. We're going to make something similar. We're going to be making Mars bar slice next week. I don't know if that's an Australian thing, or I feel like it's probably American influence because American chocolate, right? But this is really good. It's chocolate. We use a little bit of Kofa or Crisco to like thin it out, and then you mix in rice bubbles or like Rice Krispies and let it set. It's so good. This is what we would have at school, like birthday parties or bake sales, things like that. Very yum. Thank you for sharing, Kate. Showing something Aussie. Nacho night for Lord Shaddy. Hey, this looks good. I like how you've done like fresh tomatoes and fresh toppings. I like that. Yes. But I've never seen anyone eat nachos in a bowl. We usually do a plate. Do you guys do bowls or plates? Because then how do you get the chips underneath? A little like finger work. That. Thank you for sharing. Kate, steak, chips and salad. Damn, that looks professional, Kate. I like that steak with the onions. Those chippies look really good. Very straight chips. And then corn salad. What do we got there? And some ketchup, tomato sauce. Exceed and I went and saw Mission Impossible on Saturday with his family, and this was Exceed's burger. We went to TGI Fridays. This was Exceed's, I think it was just their normal burger, and then I got a chicken burger, which came with like this honey soy sauce. It was quite nice. It was like one of the best I've had in a while, chicken burgers. I really liked it. And then these chippies were nice, but you needed to put like heaps of salt on them. They were no seasoned. I didn't get that. Do you guys go to TGI Fridays? It's not somewhere like where we used to live in Melbourne. There was one nearby. We went like once or twice. This is the first time I've been to this one, I think. It's nice. I like their wings, their buffalo wings. But this place is like an hour or something away from us. It's a bit of a drive, but they have good cinemas there. Nito Burrito. I love this. Been Miss Molly Macon this evening presenting bagels. It's currently 10 p.m. and I'm digging in, chewy but light. Another 10 out of 10 recipe from Molly. Last week is what my yeast saw while I watched it doing its thing. I love this. Okay, so this is the dough. Look how beautiful it is. I love the mat. Always here to hype you up. I appreciate it. Look at these. The boys. Nice. In their little broth. And then have a little rest before they go in the oven. And then the queen herself. Look at this. I love it. oven is ridiculous. It looks like a spaceship. It's very cool. And then click out. There we go. And then these are the bagels, guys. Okay, hey, just dishes, Nido. Simple? They're simple enough? Oh, you don't know how to use it. It's a very cool oven. Is it like pyrolytic? One of those ones that burns itself to clean? So simple, oh my God, thank you. And then this was the review. Perfectly chewy but light. These were so easy to make and came out beautifully, even for a first-time bagel maker like myself. I'm already looking forward to breakfast tomorrow. Another 10 out of 10. Thank you. Appreciate that. Hey, Merrick. Nita, appreciate it. All right. Then, okay, Din Tai Fung. What is it a place or is it a way of eating? Like, what is Din Tai Fung? They look like Shanghai dumplings and some other style dumpling. Cucumber salad, looks good. And then, oh, dang. Are they rice cakes? This looks so good. Is it like dim sum? Hey Google, what is Din Tai Fung?
On the website dintaifung.com.au, they say, since opening its first restaurant in 2008, Din Tai Fung has gained a reputation as Australia's best-loved dumpling destination, with 10 venues across Sydney and Melbourne. Do you want a little more context?
No.
Okay.
Oh my God. I don't know if that's new or if that's just, so a notification come up and tells me now when their ad's on. That's cool, I like that. So for those that aren't subscribed, they're in an ad right now, so we can talk about secret talk. They won't know. The secret talk, what should we talk about? We've got a minute and 20 seconds. What should I talk about? You guys can't talk because then they'll see, but I can talk. I just do facial expressions because they can see me in the camera. Oh my God. No, you can't talk about them. Only I can. You can hear me talk about them and I'll just be like, oh my God. And then they'll just be like, what is it? See? Like, see? Not everyone, I'm not in an ad. What do you mean? Ali, because you've just come maybe you've just joined. But it says ad break in progress. 49 seconds. Oh my God, amazing. Anonymous dance, please. Anonymous. I don't know the anonymous dance. Ultraviolet punk, look at this. Lose points, no description. Look at that. Looks good though. I'm going to pretend that is chili con carne because we don't know what it is. There's no description. Okay, wrong answers only. What is that? That's all we have to do now. When no one leaves a description, we have to do like wrong answers only. I've been here since before you were on camera. I like that. That's sick. Do you have turbo? What a gorgeous steak. Amazing. Welcome, your community is back. It pops up and goes, ad break over, your community is back. What a gorgeous steak. It's amazing. Baked potato, look at that beautiful mash on top. Oh, lovely. Yum. Delicious. No, wrong answers only. Wrong answers only, Merrick. And whipped cream. No. That mash is made with Deb, probably. Yeah. We're saying that if people don't have a description, chat gets to make up what it is. You guys have to tell me what it is. Another night of cooking, bun thit nung, I don't know how to pronounce it. Vietnamese vermicelli noodle salad with grilled chicken, skewers, prawn paste on sugarcane. Prawn paste on sugarcane. Prawn spring rolls, herb and cucumber salad, torn mixed lettuce, pickled carrot, and daikon topped with peanuts, spring onion, nice, and nok nam. Nok cham? Nok man. Okay. Okay. Question. No, I'm going to tell you something and you're going to tell me how you feel. I hate things that are served on a plate that are on skewers. I am going to remove them from the skewer, so do not put them on a skewer. Like people that, you know, when you have like satay chicken or like you go somewhere and they have like satay chicken skewers or whatever. I know like for the grilling process, only if it's grilled, like put on an actual grill. But I hate it when things are put on for decoration on skewers or things that you need to remove them off anyway. Like put on like some apparatus where you have to like, you can grill it and then take it off for me. or it's the thing that does my head in. When you get things with prawns, like a prawn stir fry or like a curry or something with prawns in it, shrimp, and the tails are still on, man, that doesn't, like, even with the tails are one thing, but when they have the whole prawn has all of its shell on, or no. I understand that there's a lot of people out there that like it because it like has all the juices and they suck the head and stuff like that. If it's going to say that, it needs to be on the menu because I will not order it if I need to get my hands dirty. Like if I'm going to a restaurant, I'm not preparing to go into battle. I'm not dressed appropriately. I don't want to get like if you don't have a washing station nearby, I don't want to have to play with my food. Like I want a knife and fork because then you have to awkwardly like chop the tail off and you leave half of the meat inside the tail because like, oh, I just want it on the menu being like, prawns are served with shell on. And then I'll be like, okay, I'm going to choose the fucking pizza. I'm not going to get that. Like, I just want full, lay it out there, tell me how much work I'm going to need to do. Because if I don't need to play with my food, like, tell me that it's deconstructed and I need to construct it. Like, yeah, that's my little, I'll get back in my box. But yeah. Bring a bib and like a hand washing station, but not something like those little finger bowls. If I'm gonna need to like get my hands in there and get dirty, I want like a full hand basin. Yeah, like they say, bone in meat. Yeah. Yep. If I'm paying for prawns, I expect all the poo to be removed. Thanks. Yeah, I got served a prawn pizza with tails on. That would be so frustrating. Especially when you're at like a really nice restaurant, like a fancier meal and it's more expensive. Like I expect street food or like possibly street food to have tails on or whatever. But man, don't sell me a $30 curry and rice and then I have to fucking do your job for you and de-shell it. Buy the more expensive prawns and make it $32, whatever. But I get it. I get it that people sometimes like that and it has more flavour and when you cook it in the shells and whatever. But, yeah. All right. Back in the box. I got out for a little bit, but I'm back in. Okay, upside down nachos. So this is all that I've seen of an upside down nacho and this is what I'm going for today. So the corn chips and then the cheese is the last thing, but then you pull open the shell and it comes like this. Nachos. We're going to use chicken today because I got chicken breast out. We're going to make a little guac, maybe a little salsa, sour crème, good. But these are perfect for me, I think, because I don't do nachos that get soggy. I want, like, I prepare, if you say nachos, I'm prepared to get my hands dirty. And I'm like, I'm going to eat it with my hands and whatever. I'm prepared. You already know that it's going to be work. I just don't like sogginess. So I'm here to like dig and scoop and, yep, it's gonna be good. Upside down nachos? Yeah, we're gonna try it. Yeah, like when we go out for crab plates, we dress appropriately. Yes. There's some thick nachos, bin packer. Yeah, they're the bigger corn chips. I got Doritos to make our nachos today because they're the better. I'm all about the flavored chip with nachos. You can do the plain ones, that's good. But if you want to go extra, you get nachos. Not nachos, you get Doritos, like the flavored ones. The red packet. Red packet, only packet to buy. This made me really happy. Grumpy Gamer. Oh, I was gonna say G-Banger, but that's GG. The Grumpy Gamer made my char siu with pork and noodles. So char siu beef on the website, made with pork and made with noodles. I love it. She said that it was so good, super easy to make. I put in some baby spinach with the bok choy. Look at these pockets. Guys, you have to all make this. Then review it. Support my dream of creating a recipe website. Look at that. That looks good. I like the idea of the noodles. I like nudes. I don't know why this photo looks like it's in black and white, but yesterday I made spinach and ricotta triangle. No, 2 days ago, spinach and ricotta triangles from the spinach and cheese triangles from the website. They have spinach, ricotta, feta, a few spices. They're very yummy. But I have a feeling we didn't. Oh, we did. I was thinking we didn't take a photo of them. They're so yummy. Very yummy. Exceed said I didn't. They weren't as like crisp as last time. I don't think I did as many layers of the pastry. And then we served them with some hot honey, something different. I didn't mind it. Yum. Caslin did Vietnamese-ish pork spare ribs cooked in caramelized brown sugary soy sauce and sweet potato fries. Yeah, that looks good. It's a nice dinner. Thank you for sharing. I like that. I like the trying new sauces. Brown sugar and soy is good. Tarn steak bell pepper, red peppers, purple onion, and rice. Nice. It's funny, we call it red onion in Australia, even though it's very clearly purple. We all call it red onion. That looks really good. I can imagine that would be beautiful. I don't like cooked capsicum or bell pepper, really, but I feel like that would be like fajita bowl. I like it. Thank you for sharing. Kate got dumplings, pork dumplings and a pork bun. Dumplings are $1 Tuesdays and Thursdays. Okay, do you think they're $1 each for the dumpling or $1 for the little box? Like, would you pay $1 a dumpling? Look, there's like 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8? $8 for 8 dumplings? That doesn't too bad. And that bun looks good. 1 per dumpling is heap. Yeah, I think she works in the city, so I feel like that would be, is heap cheap. Yeah. And some dipping sauce. Have fun at Pilates. Have fun at Pilates and have fun at lunch if we don't see ya. Take care, brush your hair before you go to Pilates. I got asked quite a bit about the chilies that I use for the Szechuan chili oil or the chili oil on the website. I bought these from the Asian grocer. They're literally just dried red chilies. That's what the packet looks like. Permentos rojas. Hojas. I don't know. I paid $10 for 6 dumplings for a hubby on the weekend. Okay. Guys, give some love to Margo. Yeah, so that's what I use. And then I just blend them up to like create a powder. If you can't find anything like this, use red chili flakes. That's super easy. And depending on what type of chili it is, you can get the hot version, the mild version, and you can make chili oil like that as well. Doesn't have to be fancy. We were asking the question about pumpkins and squash, and Exceed told me that there's some confusion, so I need to scroll down. Okay, so Merrick's dinner with a backstory, okay? So as some of you may or may not know, a few years ago I was involved in an incident that resulted in a traumatic brain injury which forced me to retire, and now I have trainers to get me back into and keep me in shape, as well as an attendant to do things either I can't or shouldn't do. Oh my goodness, I didn't know that. Well, my attendant Mo is from Nigeria and we take turns teaching each other about cultural foods. Tonight I had a little setback and wasn't able to cook, so Mo stepped up. Aye, that's amazing. For a long time now, he has been watching me make my favorite rice with a mushroom gravy. This is the mushroom gravy you were telling us about, with a deboned chicken thigh on the side. He decided to recreate this his way tonight. I love that. First, he cooked the rice in a fry pan, then cut up beautifully deboned chicken thighs and seasoned it with, well, I don't know what he seasoned it with, since I have every seasoning known to man in my cupboards, and he was grabbing and tossing things in so fast, and made a brown gravy with the chicken. It tasted amazing. Wow, that's amazing. I love that. That shared connection, that, you know, you helping each other and like teaching each other. I love that. Thank you for sharing, Merrick. That's a really personal story, you know, especially what you've gone through, and choosing to share that with us. I appreciate that, and learning a little bit more about you. Hope you're doing well. I know you said you had a setback, but hope that you're going to keep progressing and you're doing well today, having a good day. This is so cool. Okay, so chicken seasoning. I like it. Hey, you have to get him to write it down or recreate it, tell you what's in it. Hey, Strip, welcome back. He kept laughing at me for taking pictures. I love it. I love it. Say Molly in the community need photos. So does this recipe mean cut the onion in half, then cut the whole thing? So a large onion halved, then, oh yeah. All right, I'll have to, what recipe is this from, Wolf? Cut the onion in half, then cut the whole thing. I would just say it's cut in strips. Is this one of my recipes? I need context of what it is, and then okay, so let me go down. Probably the whole thing tripped up with the phrasing, so having the flat, Merrick, I appreciate that. Not everyone can write a perfect recipe like Miss Molly. My recipes are far from perfect, but I appreciate it. Thank you. Sometimes, like as a writer, like things that make sense in your head and like don't translate or like don't come out right, or like yesterday where you're sitting at a computer. This is why I do like the recipe writing, usually like transfer it to the blog over 2 days, because I write majority of it on like a Monday, and then the Tuesday, fresh eyes, I like trying to edit it, because words just jumble up and you don't do a good job and things get missed. So, and the great thing I love about the website compared to cookbooks is it's editable, baby. I can make changes, and that's why I sometimes cringe at some things I pick up in the cookbooks. I'm like, oh, damn it, I didn't pick that up. No one picked it up, and it's been a few years or whatever, little things, but now I can edit them. I love that. This is made out of a squash. What type of squash? But you said a butternut squash. How big is your bloody butternut? And how is it round? A butternut in Australia is like kind of looks like a bell shape. Oh, this is the recipe. Slow cooker dumplings. Okay. Dessert. Sometimes you just duplicate a recipe and you pick things. You should probably let them know. Okay. So, Three Sisters stew. Okay. So this has got tomato, corn, squash, kidney beans, black-eyed. Wow. All right. So the Three Sisters is what do we refer to? Menu card for Three Sisters soup, particularly yellow squash, but any squash. So what are the Three Sisters? Because I remember you saying because you've got the Holy Trinity in New Orleans cooking, like the southern, which is celery, onion, and it's not carrot, right? Celery, onion, and bell pepper. Three Sisters is it in Native American cuisine? Is corn, beans, and squash. Okay. Look at this. People usually say, what do you mean any corn? Look how amazing this is. Amazing. I love that. Like, these are heirloom varieties, I'm assuming, like old school corn. Amazing. And each of these corn, I would assume, have different different varieties of minerals. So like the more pink or the more purpley blue, I think it has more iron, and then when they say to eat the rainbow, it's because you get different minerals and vitamins from different colours. Plant corn, green beans grow up the stalk and squash in the ground cover. And yes, each of those corns taste differently. Okay. Yeah, so they go together, the Three Sisters. So you plant the corn, the beans grow up the stalk, and then the squash is the ground cover. That's amazing how they all work in unison. I love heirloom corn. I'd like to grow corn. I did it when we first moved in, but I put it in the wrong spot. And so it grew really quickly, and then the season changed, the sun changed, and it got no sun, and then it just didn't, it dwarfed. Jimbon, no, guys, no description. What does that mean? What is this? Wrong answers only. What is we got here? Well, it looks like we've got some, looks like a cobbler, I think. Maybe like an apple crumble. I don't know. What would you say? Apple pie. Pancake with ice cream and strawberries, yes. And some whipped cream. That looks like a 7-layer cake. Damn, look at those layers. Steak and chips, yes. Bridget, yes. I like it. So there's no description, so we got to make it up. Wrong answers only. Beautiful. I love it. Thank you, Jimbon. Yes, what Nito said. Okay. This is the new recipe, roast pumpkin soup with brown butter. So to the rest of the world, it's pumpkin soup. If you are in North America, you can use butternut squash, which is the one I would recommend. You can use butternut squash or use whatever squash or whatever pumpkin. But I didn't want to call it just pumpkin soup because then Americans I don't want to whatever. But Americans we've learnt that don't really eat pumpkin because the pumpkin's for decorating and for fall, but they eat squash. So this is squash soup in America. Butternut pumpkin are the best pumpkin. Yeah, that's what I grew up eating. But now I made that soup with Kent pumpkin, and the flavour is different. And it's richer and sweeter. Merrick, Canadian version of Three Sisters, use pumpkin for the squash. Ayy. So this is it's more pureed. Is that the beans that give it the colour? Okay. Miss Molly, taking everything into consideration, I don't think there is any real difference between the two styles. Oh, this is talking about Canadian versus the US. Nice. Okay. So, a lot of these questions will be, I'm hoping, will be answered if you read the recipe. So, roast pumpkin, Australia, squash is North American term. Like, the rest, like I took a long time to write out kind of pumpkins or squashes that I recommend. And the number one is like, it says, and it's highlighted, it says butternut squash, butternut pumpkin. But then the first introduction thing panel, it says, like the sentence talks about that we call it, like we have pumpkins in Australia, but then in North America, I found out that they don't really eat pumpkins, and then squash can be used. Are the flat yellow ones the squash Molly meant to be substituted in the recipe? All right, you guys need to read the recipe. Pork sausage risotto from Strip. Hey, that looks good. What kind of flavours you got in there? Looks like some parmesan, pork sausage, and the greenery fennel maybe as well. Okay, so Will Jr., welcome in. I hope you're having a great day. So to hopefully this clears it up, but the recipe is there to read. The recipe is for pumpkin soup, and if you're in North America, use squash, like butternut squash. Chive oil, very nice. All right, there we go. Okay, let's make some creme brulee. So 5 ingredients: cream, vanilla, eggs, salt, and sugar. A little bit of salt. Okay? So, very simples. Let me just put my phone on D&D. Cream. Let the cooking begin. All right. So, all in together. Go to one of the last pages because the dessert. We haven't done much dessert. We should cook through and make some more recipes from All In Together. It's so good. Hot chocolate, lemon poppy cake is that in the oven. Like the lemon poppy cake, I cook it in the oven as well, and it's really yum. Sticky pudding, delicious. Self-saucing pudding, delicious. I've got the apron now. Freaking love it. Thank you for your order, Boris. I appreciate it. I'm glad that you liked it. Thank you for supporting the stream. Appleberry crumble, creme caramel. Okay, so 3 large eggs, heavy cream, like full cream, milk, whipping cream. Hold on, okay, let me start again. Eggs, cream, milk, sugar, vanilla. So the slight change that I will make is rather than using eggs, using yolks. You can use yolks instead of using the whole egg to make it richer, but the recipe in here is very, very, very tasty. So we want 1 1/4 cups of milk, full cream milk, or you can substitute it and do all cream, no milk, all cream and yolks. It's like super luxurious, but we'll just follow this recipe in total and then we can make some changes. I can tell you about changes I'd make. So the creme caramel, we're going to make it into a creme brulee. So we're not doing the caramel step. We don't need to do that because we're going to torch and put the cream on later with a blowtorch and make it nice. So basically just making custard pots, and then once they've come out of the slow cooker, the pressure cooker or the oven, then letting them cool, putting sugar layer and then blasting them either under the griller or the salamander or the broiler. 3 different names people know it as. We call it in Australia, we call it a grill. But then y'all call a grill a barbecue. So this is why like things are so different and they're hard to explain. The same between pumpkin and squash. We call it a grill, but you might also know it as a broiler or a salamander, putting like the heat on top. Because like, you know, a lizard, like a salamander, lives in the sun. A grill is a barbecue. Yes, so if you go and grill some steak, you go and barbecue some steak, or like put that on the grill, put that on the barbecue. We say in Australia, like that's, you put some shrimp on the barbie, put some prawns on the barbecue. Yeah. My family call it a gorilla. I like that. Me and my old man was shocked on how quality. Yeah, so that's that's our focus for everything that we do on stream and our cookbooks and things. Our focus is quality. That's why the merch is more expensive than others around. We could make it cheaper, but the quality would be cheaper and we didn't feel comfortable. And the aprons themselves are double-sided. They're very, very thick. Really good quality. I'm glad that you found them so. Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna go into the back pantry and we're gonna grab eggs and sugar. Eggs and sugar. 4 ovos. No, 3 ovos. 3 eggs. 1, 2, 3. Nice. What did I say? Sugar. Sugar, sugar, sugar. Here we get our brains bent when people call a grill a barbecue, since barbecue is a process, not an object. Low and slow with rub. Yeah. Who invented the barbecue? Who invented? Because like you can barbecue, we call that like American barbecue, or you're barbecuing. But yeah, like, hey Google, who invented the barbecue? Ad break, guys.
On the website cindersbarbecues.co.uk, they say, George Stephen went on to create the first modern barbecue grill in 1952. He was a welder at Weber Brothers Metal Works in Illinois. He cut a metal buoy in half to make a grill that was dome-shaped. He welded 3 steel legs onto the dome and then he used the top half as a lid to the grill. I also found an answer to this question. What country invented barbecue? Do you want to hear it?
No. Good old Weber.
Right
Weber
now in
Q.
Hall's Head it's 12 degrees and mostly cloudy. Today it'll be cloudy, with a forecasted high of 14 and a low of 9.
Thank you.
Thank you, Molly.
So different in Australia. Barbecue, originally barbacoa, is a Native American method of cooking. Okay. Interesting. It's all these things, the origins of different. Well, you don't really think about the origin. You just know it for what it is now. Yeah, barbecue here parts. Yeah, barbecue here is quite different from US and Australia as well. Every place has its own way. Yeah, definitely. And that's the great thing about food is people come together and they share their opinions and feelings or their experiences and their culture. And that's so great. That's why I love streaming, because I learn about all different stuff. Part of me wants to go, no, it's this in Australia and that's what it should be. But then, like, everybody has different experiences and no way is right or wrong. And all the time, there is objective truths, of course. But yeah, you get to have different experiences and what people think of them different. You know, I can call my interpretation of a certain recipe. I got asked the other day about food that I create recipes, if they're authentic. And like, I can't say yes because even though I make something that like it's always inspired or it's a version, my own version, because my biggest ethos is making recipes with easy to find ingredients, of course. But I am not Indian when I make a curry, you know, like it's my interpretation of my version of it. And, you know, I think that food it's so subjective in different regions. Different families have a different interpretation of like, and they make a recipe different in different seasons. And like, I don't ever claim my food is authentic or it's yummy and it's like approachable. And yeah, I think it made me think about like, you know, who can or why, or like, you know, about authenticity of, it's something that I never really sure of like who can say that, or like if that's a gatekeeping thing, if like saying something's authentic, it's like authentic to you. Like I'll tell you, like there's no, do you know what I'm saying? Like there's no, if you saying something's authentic, it's authentic to you. There's no like, or it's like to a region. It's very hard to like find someone to have like who's going to police authenticity with anything, not just food. Dig hole, wrap meat in banana leaves, make big fire in hole, drop in meat, bury, let cook all day. See that, Merrick, that is very similar to, I don't know if it's Maori culture, where they do the same thing with coals. I forget the name of it. A hangi, where they call it a hangi, I'm pretty sure, where they bury meat for like hours at a time, or like, you know, 12 hours or whatever under the ground, and then they dig it back up and then they eat it. Like it's covered, of course, but yeah, hangi. Thank you, Bridget. Yeah. And so culture and food is so shared, more than people, I think, appreciate and realize. And it's not traditional, but it works for you. And like someone says, oh, this was invented here. Okay. But like other cultures have shared it and they've got their own version of it as well. And like something simple is like, you know, where people think that noodles were invented, like pasta was invented in Italy, right? And pasta and spaghetti was Italian. It actually has its heritage, from my understanding, in China. Like pasta, noodles come from China. And yeah, and like pizza and things like that. But if you told, like a lot of Italians, like they invented pizza or spaghetti or whatever, and like it's unnecessary. Like who gives a shit? Like who cares? Who invented it? It's delicious. Let's share it. Let's not get like, unless you're doing your, you know, your master's or your thesis in cultural kind of cuisine or like whatever. Who cares? I don't care. I just want to share it. I'll loose terms of where, you know, where it comes from or whatever. Let's just sit down and eat it together and enjoy who made it and whatever. That's what I'm here for. Hangi is identical to barbacoa. Only those who haven't heard of Marco Polo. Noodle from China and tomatoes from America. Spaghetti. Gatekeeping food is distasteful. Italian background here, and I know it wasn't. All right. Okay, so I'm going to show you, let's do this. So would you like to learn how to make this in the pressure cooker or in the oven? What would you prefer? Pressure cooker is so easy, but it's all personal preference. Okay. In a small saucepan of a medium heat, both. Oven, please. More time with Molly. Yeah, let's do oven. Oven, please, because I do not have a pressure cooker. Okay. All right. So in a small saucepan over medium heat, cook the sugar and water together for 5 to 7 minutes. So sugar and we're not doing the caramel. We can skip that step. Okay. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. In a large bowl, this is what's so easy about this. Just get a bowl and you mix everything in there and then put in the ramekins. Super easy, stars. Don't know how many ramekins I've got. Short little molly. You can use anything. I have really big ramekins, but I also have these. The recipe makes 4, okay? So I've got little ramekins and I've got bigger ones as well. Obviously they're gonna be filled less. Okay, so we don't need that at all actually. I never made creme brulee in a pressure cooker before. Got to give it a try. The recipe's all in together. All right. These croissants that I made, what was it, 2 weeks ago? Part of it was the best croissant I've ever made, but I don't know if it's winter. It's because it's winter. They don't proof. They do not rise. And it can't be that my yeast, maybe my yeast is dead or my yeast died. I don't know what happened, but they don't grow. I proofed the dough for 2 days and it didn't even rise. And then I went to bake it and all the butter came out of it. So Exceed laughs at me because this is the 3rd batch that I rolled out yesterday. Exceed laughed at me and he said, it's funny that something that you spent 3 days making has went to all that effort and just making the preparation of 3 days and it's come out and it's not worked. I'm less inclined to try again. But maybe it's just too cold or I need a proof or a box or something. I don't know. But this is what it turned out. So I was proofing it all night last night, and it hasn't proofed. And then I tried to put it in the oven, just turned on really lightly. They haven't grown, but the butter melted. And that was just really low. So maybe we'll try again in another 2 years. That's all I can say. All right. So into here. Yeah, it has to be a yeast issue, but it's really strange because my yeast I know is really active, and that's the one thing I did change from the recipe. They said to use fresh yeast, and I don't know where to get fresh yeast from. So I used instant yeast. I did a conversion. So that's probably on me. Yeah, Tully, I agree. I have made them a few times and they turn out way better than that. The first 2 batches, because the recipe makes 4 portions, sorry. So the first 2 portions looked amazing. That was made out of scraps. That's why it's a little bit messy. But the first 2 looked beautiful. They were rolled, they were really neat, they were fantastic, and they just didn't proof. So the execution, my skill, I'm pretty sure is pretty good, but I'm thinking that I might try a local bakery, yeah. Probably give you a small amount you need. I appreciate it. That's a good idea. There is a place nearby. We have fresh yeast in just about every single grocery store in the country. Really? Wow. Well, Europeans, do you use fresh yeast? Yeah? Mum used to buy fresh yeast all the time. We'll have to ask her. Okay. So, eggs. 3 eggs. Okay, oven. Turn it on to 170, 180. What we're aiming for is we want a moderate oven, 160 fan forced. And we're going to put these in a water bath so that they cook slowly from the like sides, you know, outside in. And we want to cook them really lightly. We don't want them to cook on the top because we're baking them like a pudding. And then once they're cool, we'll refrigerate them and then we'll do the top at the end. When I was baking, we had grappa guys coming around once a month. Grappa guys, okay. Okay, so 3/4 cup of cream. All right, what I'm going to do, I'm going to do a cup of cream and do less milk for this, just to make them a little bit bougier. Okay. So when it comes to creme brulee, compared to like a creme caramel, creme brulee is, a creme caramel is not as rich. It has a whole egg compared to just egg yolks that I would use in a creme brulee because you need that structure. You need the egg white in there. So when you invert it, it stays together as a pudding. Whereas like a creme caramel, it stays, no, hold on. A creme brulee stays in a pot, so it can be kind of more luxurious, more with like higher fat content. And you can use just egg yolks and more cream. The recipe is written as a creme caramel, but you can make creme brulee with it too. But I'm just making a little change today. My sister goes through about 500 grams of yeast per month. Like, that's fresh yeast. I used to pinch a fresh yeast. Really? I've never, I think I've seen it. I've never touched it. I'll have to go and find some. Fresh yeast, okay. So now we're doing 1 cup of milk. It doesn't have to hold its structure, so you can go for a smoother, silky texture. Yeah. Yeah. Like that. If full cream, yes, ideally full cream. I use high-low, but I would recommend you guys to use full cream. I use high-low, which is, it's if you've got skim milk or high-low milk, we call it high-low, it's like 2%. Then you want to use more cream if you want it to be more luxurious. If you want it to be lighter, it just won't have that more luxurious taste because it'll have less fat. The creme brulee gets that richness from fat content from the cream and the milk, full cream milk. But if you want to reduce it, just be lighter in taste. All right, so here we've got heavy whipping cream, milk, 3 eggs. We're going to add heaps vanilla bean paste, vanilla extract, vanilla bean paste with seeds. So you're going to use half a tablespoon, a bit. We want a bit. We want it to taste good. We want it to have those flecks of vanilla. And then last but not least, we want 6 tablespoons. It's like of sugar. Depending how sweet you want it. Let's go for 1/3 cup. Okay. So here I do recommend, like even if you're whisking, you got to whisk quite a lot, or use a immersion blender or like a stick blender. Keep laughing. My brother calls it crème brulee. Crème brulee. Crème brulee. this, just so that you get a really smooth consistency, because you don't want lumps or, you know, the custard pudding to be not smooth. So just grab this. I didn't want to deviate from the recipe too much because I want you guys to have it. It's from all in together, so that if you want, you can make it into creme caramel, creme brulee, either. Okay, just I don't think anything will happen, but just precaution, guys. Everyone, stop. No, we're having like really gale force winds, like really, really windy outside. So if the power goes out or there's issues with the stream or whatever, it's because of that. Just forewarning you. Okay, so with the thing with this is just blend it. You don't really have to do much. Use a finer grain of sugar because it will dissolve quicker, but you don't have to heat it or anything. Just put it straight into the molds. It's easy. Okay. You know what I should have done? Get that. Grab yourself ramekins, and 4 of them sit in here. I don't think they will fit. No. I'm going to put them in like a casserole or a dish. Oopsie, sorry. My poor ears. Yeah, those stick blenders, mine came in a little set for $30, I think. And this is one of my favorite attachments because you just unscrew the top of the immersion blender and it has a chopper. And I love that. What? I can't hear you now. You can't hear it. I deafened you? All right. Oh my God, that's cool. Yeah, 20, like from Target. It's just a brand called Bellini. Okay. I'm spilling it everywhere, trying to be tidier. Okay. So, up here. It's fine. Okay. Just divide it. And taste it if you want. Yum. So without heating it, we're going to be making creme brulee, and then I'm going to do the same version and make no, we were talking about no churn ice cream, weren't we? Because I was going to say we could do the same recipe and then put it in the ice cream maker, but we're not, because we're going to do a no churn version. Because not many of you, and I understand why, don't have an ice cream maker. I get it. So no churn ice cream is amazing. Okay. Now, tidy up. Tidy up. What we're going to do is I'm going to get some hot water. You can, I wouldn't go directly from the kettle, but or just let the kettle boil and it sit for 5 minutes. And we're going to put warm water, or hottish water, down the sides because that will hasten the process. Because if I put cold water, put it in the oven, it's going to take a long time for that water to heat up and then it start to cook the creme brulee. So if you can get it like jump start by using hot water. Okay. Same with cheesecake, but there's a new trick for a cheesecake because what you used to have to do is use a springform pan, then wrap it with aluminium foil and then put that inside a dish like this with hot water. Now what I've been seeing people do is use a springform pan, put that in a larger pan, like a cake pan that's like maybe an inch wider, and it sits in there nicely, and then you put that directly into the water. So it creates like a little air gap, and that helps it cook more evenly, creates like a nicer, flatter top, and you don't have to worry about like mess with aluminium foil and yeah, it was the worst. Okay. Water, a cute little IKEA jug. Probably just easier if I took this to the sink, but whatever. Oh, it just got cold all of a sudden. Okay. There we go. I forgot to tent it. Hold on. Now grab yourself some aluminium foil, and now take these all out. Okay. Just be careful not to get water into the actual little guys. And then just scrub these. Kind of do this little twisty thing. So it kind of like locks. There we go. Okay, so put it over like that, and then grab the edges and kind of like twist it. Create some like tension. Be really careful not to rip it. I buy the heavy duty, extra strong aluminium foil. Aluminum. Okay, I'm back. Welcome back, welcome back. Okay, twist. So one of the reasons we're doing this is to insulate it so that it cooks quicker. Also prevent direct air or like the heat from the oven cooking the top, because we don't really want that. We want it to keep nice and soft and steamy in there. Had to have a meeting with a bloke who could put a glass eye to sleep. Never heard that. Was it a good meeting? Obviously. Really enthralling. You loved it. Okay. So this, I've made 5. It says 4, but I made 5. Put a glass eye to sleep. I like it. Okay, like that. I'm just thinking, I'm gonna check how long to cook them for. So we've done it 160 degrees. How long do you think we should cook it for? Just push the tops down like that, because if there's an air bubble, it lets the air out. Okay, very carefully, guys, very good. Okay. There we go. Okay, we did it. So, we need to check. I'm gonna go with, I wanna say 20 minutes, but I just wanna be sure. So just get my little, What? Something's making noise. Okay. So, let's have a look. Yeah, okay. 30 minutes. Bake for 30 to 40 minutes or until cinders are barely set. I did realise I printed out a recipe of a creme brulee to get the timing. Okay. 325. Hey Google, what is 325 Fahrenheit and Celsius?
325 degrees Fahrenheit is equal to 162.778
Yeah,
degrees
cool.
Celsius.
So that's what mine's at 160 Fahrenheit. So it's Celsius. And I'll cook it for 30 minutes. Hey Google, set timer for 30 minutes. Hey Google, set timer for 30 minutes.
Sure, 30 minutes. Starting now.
Sick. Okay. All right. So, creme brulee done. Nachos we're going to do as well. But ice cream, no churn ice cream. How many cookbooks left? All in together or first things first? I think there's 25 first things first, and I found a box of 20, I think 20 all in together, so I think there's like 23 left. Can you overcook this dish? You can, because it will taste rubbery and it'll taste more eggy, but like you'll be doing it a lot, cooking it way over hell's bells. If you overcook it, it'll taste eggy, but and it possibly might separate. I've never really cooked it. It's not really hard to mess up, I wouldn't say. Fabulous, thank you, Merrick. No worries, Nito. You gonna buy more? Okay, so we're switching books, and we're going to the OG. First things first, turn your pages to no churn ice cream in the back. So we need a can of condensed milk and 600 mils of cream, okay? Vanilla extract, and then we're gonna flavor it. So you guys want luxurious, are you sure you want luxurious? My kitchen already looks like an MMM, so I love that and I appreciate that. How was your outing with your Miss Molly travel mugs? Okay, so the recipe in here is for mint choc chip, no churn ice cream. So I'm thinking we do fudge, chocolate fudge swirl, coffee, and then biscuits. So I want to make like I'm thinking making like chocolate biscuits, kind of like an Oreo, but like no cream, kind of like a chocolate biscuit. So then we can crumble them up in the ice cream. What do you think? What do you think? So delish. Okay, so that cream can. I sold a hook to hang my apron, but my attendant claimed the apron, so now I need to buy new. I love that, Merrick. I love that. You always need more than one. Not gonna deny. Okay, so you're making me feel fatter just thinking about how it sounds amazing. It's luxurious sometimes food, so you know, you can have a bit of deliciousness every now and then. Okay, so what we're going to do is make cookies. So we need 125 gram of cookies.
Delicious.
Hogo Unproven, thank you for your sub. Just hit our goal. Thank you very much for contributing to the stream. So as guys, I don't know if we can keep continuing with this. I know it's been hard. I don't know if it's confusing since I changed it this month, but also a lot of people haven't given me their ingredients or their dishes. So maybe we go back to ingredient. I don't know. It seems to be a bit confused. Everyone seems to be a bit confused. So with a sub, resub, gifted sub, 500 bits or $5 tip, you get to choose a dish to go in here. And then at the end of the month, which is the 31st, we pull one out this month. Like it's usually ingredient. So like we do a mystery box. This time it's been a dish. So then we can try and recreate it or use that as a say for instance, if it was like Chick-fil-A sauce, then I had to try and remake Chick-fil-A sauce using the ingredients that I had, or like with thought, like no recipes or whatever. Roselli, thank you for giving us trim elements. Appreciate you. Any blanks, let chat decide on the moment. So yeah, I think we might go back to ingredient, or if anyone has any other ideas, we'll try ingredient next month, and then maybe the Fiesta box goes away. It was just a nice way of letting you guys, well, you know, getting you guys involved with helping me for some fun stuff at the mystery box. But I've got to figure out something that is easy to understand for people and things that you guys will get involved with. That makes sense? Okay. So, Roselli, what would you like? And Pogo Unproven? That's like your name, right? Pogo Unproven. Would you like to tell me your... Hey, thank you, Nito. Thank you for giving us a strip. Getting strips of paper. Can you please tell me your chosen ingredients? Chosen recipes, dishes. So Nito, Pogo, and Roselli. And then we're gonna make biscuits. Since Merrick mentioned it, flan, make it boozy, okay? I can do that. Roselli. Boozy flan. How do I make flan boozy? Question. I would have to do it after, right? Because I worry about how the alcohol would affect the actual cake, or like the actual flan. Maybe you can find me a recipe. All right, Roselli, thank you for flan, boozy flan specifically. Okay, 125 grams of butter, 3/4 of a cup of sugar, 1 egg, vanilla bean paste, plain flour, cocoa powder, baking powder, salt. It's like rum caramel sauce. Yeah. Oh, so the caramel at the bottom. But isn't that supposed to be set? Okay, I must be thinking of maybe something different, or I've made it different. The caramel that I've made is like a set caramel that you put in the inside of the pan and it sets hard. We'll have to try. I'm excited. I hope that we draw that one. Okay. Butter. Burn the alcohol first. Yeah? So the reason I'm making these cookies is to put in the ice cream, of course, but also I want to try and create a Australian mint slice cookie. And that's what I'm going to recipe test. So that's why I've written this up. Okay. You want to run down the sides. No, you want it to, yeah. It will run. So just like with the creme caramel, it runs down the sides, but it doesn't, it's meant to set hard. And then you pour the flan batter in. And then as it cooks, it thins out. Do you know what I mean? Maybe I'm not explaining myself. Pogo! My favourite favorite all-time meal is chops and gravy with mash. Okay, so the true transparency though, if it gets drawn on Fiesta Day, Mystery Box Day, I have to use it with ingredients that I've got on hand. I might not have mash. I might have to use instant mash, or it would be fun. I might not have chops, so I have to use something, and it's a challenge for me to recreate it. Chops with gravy and mash. And if it doesn't work, then I'll try and recreate it with proper ingredients. We know you have, Deb. This is true. But I don't have chops at the moment. Okay, 125 grams of softened butter. There's a beast in my kitchen. This is what I get when you guys can't see. He just prays next to me. Bye. He's come inside from being out. I think he's good. You right? Don't think he's feeling very good. Okay, butter. Now, that in here. We need, this is, I'm not getting grumpy. I'm just pointing things out, which I know you guys would. So they've given 125 grams of butter, right? No cup measurement, but then the sugar's in cups. It's like, if you're gonna do one then the other, like I've probably done this before as well, like heaps of my recipes that like not standardized. Okay. 140. 150 grams. Yes, I don't like that given that different countries have different size cups. Yeah. But a lot of recipes just do cups or grams. I follow quite a few bloggers on social media, and it's so funny to see the stuff, like the comments. I am nervous that maybe, because eventually they'll come, the haters, and the people just don't comment too nastily, except that one on the American flaky biscuits. But yesterday I read this one about butter, like, because our butter is yellow, right? Like really yellow. And this North American person, I'm not going to, I just assume that they're from the US. They were saying about the butter, stop lying, that's not real butter. They call it fake butter, and that it's like radiating, like it's like radiation, like it's glowing, and it's like they made it personal. Like the comments like were attacking this blogger, and she was laughing about butter, like that real butter is like butter comes from milk. They were trying to educate her that butter comes from milk, churned milk, and it should be white. And like even though cows eat grass, the milk is still white, therefore butter should be white. And and like that, she's lying to people or whatever. And it's like, come on. Seriously, like our butter is yellow because it's like grass-fed and the fat is yellow. I know it looks weird, but yeah, it's very strange. But that's just how it is. And the butter's good quality. It's very nice. Have to go to Pilates catch when I get back. Take care. Look after yourself. Get yourself all bendy. Yeah, American butter has dropped vastly in quality in the last 50 years. And the new generation just don't get it. It barely tastes like butter. Honestly, when I was in the US and we use it on toasts and things, it doesn't have the flavour. Like if you have European butter or Australian, New Zealand butter, it is like you put it on your tongue and it's rich and it's so delicious. And American butter it melts really easily and it's strange to us. And I understand that if you're used to a certain product or a certain way of something, like it being different, it's hard to understand that and you don't believe it. I get that. But to like not Google or not search or like attack this blogger that she was lying when all she was saying was like, hey, our butter is yellow in Australia because of this reason. Yeah, it just made me laugh. It makes me a little bit like dreading the growth of our website and maybe people, I understand, but people don't agree with everything that I say and do. And I'm here to have a discussion. That's why we're live rather than videos and stuff. And I'm here to have a good discussion and learn. If I really am saying the wrong thing or telling people the wrong thing, I want to learn if it is actual fact. Like if it's opinion, I'm interested to hear other people's opinions and way you guys do things. I'm not the expert. I make things up as I go and using prior knowledge or whatever. But if my cooking and my recipe creation or whatever has evolved over the last 6 years dramatically, and I'm always trying to change and improve what I do. I'm just in the pantry. Cocoa powder. Oh, I want to show you something. Okay, this was a mistake. I accidentally bought cocoa powder when I didn't need cocoa powder, and I bought a different brand of cocoa powder than I usually do. But it is the perfect opportunity to show you something. Okay. Have you seen I didn't have eggs? No. Can you send it to me? I have to join. I'd like to. I love subreddits of cooking and. Do you seen? Exceed showed me expectation versus reality yesterday. That's pretty cool. I love. He laughs at me. I love best of Redditor updates. And I when they're concluded, I like to read them, like stories of like the shit that people go through. I think really Reddit, best of Redditor updates. There's some really humbling experiences. I follow subreddits, like even like relationship advice and things. There's some really humbling stories in there that really is good to acknowledge the shit that other people are going through and that you're like, your life or your struggles aren't as, are very minimal compared to what people are going through. And I like to read them like before I go to bed or when I'm scrolling or whatever. And there's some amazing stuff on Reddit that you really realise, the triumphs of human spirit and what the people go through and they come out of. And also what people learn, from different experiences and the different things around the world that's going on. Cake wrecks have been a solid favourite of mine. Tell me, like we should have like a subreddit sharing session in Discord. Okay, so this here is the cocoa powder I usually use if I don't want anything fancy. This is just cocoa powder from Woolworths. Has good flavour. It is Dutch processed though. So it means that it uses an alkalizing agent and it has richer chocolate notes but less acidity so that it doesn't react with baking soda. So it means that when you're using this, you need to use baking powder or baking soda with an acid like vinegar or lemon juice or whatever. But it has really dark color and rich flavor. Whereas this is Bournville, I don't know how to pronounce it. This is Cadbury cocoa powder. This is non-Dutch process, so it is more acidic and it reacts with baking soda. So it's an acid, whereas this is alkaline. Oh, yeah, I think that's correct. Whereas this one, you'll taste the difference, but you also notice the color change. Thank you, Nito. All right. So you can already see, look at this. I don't even have to open the packet. Like, some people ask me quite often, like, why is my cake black? On stream, it looks like black. It looks really dark. And it's because I use Dutch processed cocoa. It has like a richer, deeper color and flavor. Whereas this is more acidic and lighter. This is good, but I prefer Dutch process majority of the time. But I just wanted to show you. They're still really great. Do you pronounce it Bournville? Cadbury, cheaper brand. But they both have their purposes. Often I'll use like this in a cake that I want to look lighter and I want to take a picture of that shows it chocolatey, but because this comes out like black, almost like too deep, but the chocolate flavor is really nice. So just wanted to show you there the difference. The difference between Dutch process and non-Dutched. Because it would say, like this doesn't actually say on it anywhere, but I know by looking at the color of it, it's Dutched. Oh yeah, on the back says, made using a Dutch process for a smooth cocoa flavor. Okay, so at the back you'll find somewhere that says Dutched or Dutch process or whatever. Okay, but that's the only place it says on it that it's Dutched. Yeah. Cool. Any questions? Any opinions? Any feelings before we move on? So I've misplaced my hand mixer, the vroom vroom part. I don't know where I've put it. If I was Exceed, oh, you put it in the drawer next door. Had to reboot on Dutch process. Interesting stuff. I've got to try and get my hands on some and give it a try. Yeah. Okay, so butter in here. It's pretty soft. Butter and sugar. And we're just going to cream them together. So the difference between creaming and whipping, creaming you're incorporating and you're trying to, one of the big things with cookies, you need to decide if you want to incorporate air or you don't want to. So creaming, like dissolving the sugar in the butter and making it go pale. But then if you keep whipping it and you whip too much air into it, what's going to happen is your cookie is going to rise because of those air bubbles. Those micro air bubbles will increase in size. But because the cookie doesn't have enough structure, doesn't have as much flour, they're going to then collapse, and give you like the texture of like a Subway cookie. Because you know how they're all like ripply and whatever. Cookies, if you incorporate too much air, they're going to increase and then they're going to deflate. And maybe you're going for that, maybe you're not. With this, we want to cream our butter and sugar together, but we don't want to incorporate too much air. Because I want the cookies to keep their shape. I need to invest in some larger bowls. This is one of my largest glass bowls, and stuff always goes everywhere. So so messy. Okay. So if you get to here, and if you're trying to cook in winter and it's cold, and your butter is still a little bit warm, a little bit cold, pop it in the microwave for like 10 seconds, 5 to 10 seconds, and it'll just take the chill off the bowl. Or you can put it like in a warm environment, or you just need to warm it up very, very slightly. Very so slightly. So, creaming the butter and sugar together and stopping. I don't want it to go pale. Like I don't want to incorporate more air into it. Okay, so then we got 1 egg. I thought I got 1 out. Blah, blah, blah. Wake up with no jammies. Every time I sing along to a song, then I realise that the music doesn't come through to the VOD, the recording, and so it's just me like spitting out random stuff in like breaks of silence. And I just me saying random stuff. No one will know that I'm singing to a specific song. So I've got to know the lyrics. Learn something new. Thank you, Molly. No worries. I just want to know how to make my cookies stay soft and chewy. My mum's recipe makes them hard. So it's depending on what type of cookie. But if you want soft and chewy, you want to incorporate some molasses or honey, sugar. So using brown sugar, a portion of brown sugar, will keep them chewy. Whereas if you use predominantly white sugar, they're going to go crunchy. So if you like soft and chewy, obviously cooking them less will help that structure as well, but it's mainly the thing is white sugar is going to give you crunchiness. So you want to add some honey, molasses, or use a portion of brown sugar with the white sugar. That's why my chewy soft chunk cookies from the website have more brown sugar than they do white sugar. You don't want it to go pale because it's butter, and we all know that it is. Okay, vanilla bean paste. Yeah. Do that. Guys, how long on my timers? We've all got a different timer set. Hey Google, how long on my timer?
2 minutes and 56 seconds left.
Sick. Okay. So we're just going to move that away slightly. So I need 210 grams. That's wrong. Yeah, no. Hey Google, what is 150?
100 feet is equal to 30.4
150
meters.
divided by 2, 75. 75 plus 150 is 215. Is that right? $225, sorry. That's 10 off. I'm back from Pilates. Lunch date cancelled. How dare they? Why? What was their excuse, Margot? Or was it you? What? Why was it cancelled? Give me your reason. Okay, so I have this insecurity. All right, I'll be real with you and I'll be raw. I have an insecurity that people think that I'm a bailer because sometimes I change my mind, sometimes I get sick, sometimes something happens, comes up, and I have this insecurity that people think that I bail. But usually it's one of the big things is that I'm an overcommitter, which I'm trying to get better at. I'm an overcommitter. I commit to things that I don't want to do, or I don't I don't have good forethought of like, oh, that's going to conflict with that, or I'm going to be tired on that day, or whatever. Are you like me? Okay, so 225. I don't do it all the time. I try not to commit to things at all. I'm definitely an overcommitter. I try not to bail too much, but I like when other people bail on me and I get to stay home. Yeah. I think we need to normalize cancelling plans, to be honest. Yeah. If you're like not feeling it anymore, like, because it's really hard when you've said you want to do something and you have all intentions to do it, and that's like 2 or 3 weeks. Stop. Like 2 weeks in advance or whatever. And it's okay to not feel like it then. Stop. As long as you give people notice, I think. Stop. Stop. Hello, hello. Hello, darling. All right. Let's look at our creme caramels. Or creme brulee in the makings. Something comes up, you don't feel like it, just not feel like it anymore. You aren't obliged. Oh, yeah. I think at the end of the day, and I said to Exceed, I was like, you don't owe anyone anything. And if people don't understand, then you can take that elsewhere. Like, if we all, yes, like, you want to spend the time with people and you want to see your friends and whatever, but sometimes stuff comes up and sometimes, like, yeah. All right, give it a jiggle. Nah. That I knew would take longer because it's larger. But see, there's not ready at all. But often, I will admit, is sometimes you don't really want to go to something and then you do go and you really enjoy it. You got to get like, I'm the friend who you can cancel on because I wasn't going anyways, and I love that. I like that. All right. Yeah, nah, still needs more time. Too much jiggle there. Jiggleosaurus. Let's go for another 20 minutes. Guys. We're in an ad break. 54 seconds. Oh my God. No. See, the people, they won't understand. I don't know if this has been available to everyone, but it's just popped up for me, telling me that there's an ad break in progress. Maybe that feature. I thought I turned that feature on last year. Oh, I don't need to open that. I love the idea of an app that everyone attending has, and if anyone clicks cancel, the catch-up is cancelled, but if not everyone clicks it, it doesn't tell the others that someone... I like that. I like that. I love the idea of an app that everyone attending has, and if someone clicks cancel, the event is just like comes up that it's cancelled. And like it doesn't out the people that who cancelled it. That's good. It just said someone's cancelled. But are your friends are they gonna dob on each other and be like, oh, it wasn't me. I didn't do it.
Delicious.
Tall Homie Joe, welcome back for another month. 5 months, you legend. Lovely to see you. Nah, because everyone did. But what if it's like one person cancels? Then does it still cancel? All right. Half a cup of cocoa powder anytime we're really using cocoa powder, I like to sift it. Okay. Everyone has to click cancel for it to be cancelled. If it's not everyone cancelled, it goes ahead and doesn't say who the dick did. Someone did click it. Okay. That makes sense. I thought you meant like dick. I read it as dick first. What dish would you like to submit? Told homie Joe. Thank you, Roselli. Okay, 55 grams. I need to write that down. 225 grams and 55 grams. Oh God, what was the sugar? Didn't we measure the sugar? Shit. I thought I weighed out the sugar. Damn it. Okay. Cocoa powder. We're making chocolate bickies to then go in our ice cream. The dick is a valid reason too. Just me, am I making up words? Dyslexia brain. Oh, I didn't actually do the baking powder yet. Okay, so we need half a teaspoon. And that will be distributed in there evenly. Cool. Since I got my sifting set, I find I'm sifting everything. Sifting set? A sifting set. Okay. It's good. You know, sifting isn't always necessary. It's only things when I'm making like cakes, like really light and fluffy, airy cakes, sponge cakes, stuff like that, I sift, or with cocoa powder, just to remove the lumps. All right, we're making chocolate cookies, like flat, kind of like a, kind of like a thin mint style cookie, a chocolate cookie. No mint though, because I'm going to recipe test to make a thin icing, white icing that's mint. But these cookies are going to get, some of them are going to get crumbled up to then go in the no-churn ice cream that I'm planning. Okay. So if you had a big bowl, you could turn the mixer on. But because my mix is like a Ferrari in the world of when I need a Hyundai, it goes way too fast. The level 1 is like a bat out of hell. You can't trust it because it goes everywhere. And also this is one of my largest bowls, glass bowls. It's always too small for everything, so shit goes everywhere. So I'm just trying to mix it as much as I can to at least get it into like some type of dough. All right, against my better judgment, do a little bit more. I'm very nervous about. So I used salted butter, so I use no salt. And there's sugar, butter mixed together, and we've got baking powder, plain flour, cocoa powder, baking powder, plain flour, 1 egg, and vanilla. That's level 1. Be really careful. I hate this. Has your brother and sister-in-law received their hamper of hometown goodies? Oh, my mum took it over. Yes. My mum went to Colombia. My mum and my grandma went to Colombia when the baby was 2 weeks old. He's now 8 weeks old. So they went there for the start of June. The 12th of June? Yeah. And they loved it. Only thing is, my stepdad was really worried about the glass. I bought like bottles of satay sauce, which is my brother's favourite. And I No, I think I got, I don't know if I got tubes of Vegemite or a jar of Vegemite, but it was like a few things that my stepdad didn't feel comfortable with my mum's taking over. So he said he didn't want them to break, and they didn't go across, which is annoying, but it's fine. I understand. He was just worried that stuff would break because my mum had all these like baby clothes and stuff, and he was just really worried. She was like saying to my mum, he's like, I don't think you should take this. And then whatever. But yeah, they loved it. So behind, but that's so nice. I'm glad. Yeah, I'm really happy that they did. I was talking, my brother rang me before stream actually, because we usually don't stream on Wednesdays anymore. So he rang me and I was like, I gotta get ready for stream, I gotta go. But the bubba is so cute. You wanna see a new photo? Oh God, that's so good. Oh my God. Yum. Street tacos, okay. I like that. Oh my God, it's so good. Yum. Tall Homie Joe, thank you very much. Street tacos. Thank you very much. My dish was spring rolls. Yes. I did miss it. Thank you. Neato. Spring rolls. Rosalie, what was yours? Oh, yours was the flan, right? Okay. Thank you very much. Photos. Baby photos. He's 2 months old. Find a good one. He's like a little old man. Look at him with his bald head. Oh yeah, he is beautiful. He is a very cute baby. Like, I'm not just saying it, like, I think he's probably one of the best looking, other than his bald head. He's got resting bitch face, you should see. Yeah, he's very cute. Who dat? Who that guy? So yeah, very cute. Very cute. Yeah, my sister-in-law's good. She been recovering very well. She's just a bit under the weather at the moment. I think my brother was saying she's a bit run down. Like, you know, sleeping and things like that. He hasn't been too bad. But my brother said that he's not a screamer. Like, he'll just kind of cry when he wants food, and he's very chill. He just likes to sit and watch and look. Someone mail Molly a framed us at the phone end. Okay. Yeah. We took some photos on the weekend of like my grandparents with, because it was their wedding anniversary with all the grandkids, and like a big family photo, and it was a bit sad that like my brother was missing, and then like Thomas was missing as well, with Kelly, you know, not having the full family there. Okay. baking paper like that. So with this, I don't care too much for there's a person in that pic that looks so much like, that's my brother. Or the baby. Do you think my brother looks like me? Oh, the anniversary one. It did look like me. It was me. Molly with a beard. No. Talk about the one in Discord. Or the one that was next to me, Nito. That's my auntie. I don't know if that's the one you're talking about. No, not you. Someone else. Circle them and tell me. They were on the right. It was a... No, I have to look. Oh, this was this morning. Hold on. That was me a few minutes before stream. Look at him. He's so cute. Okay, so hold on. That one? So that's me there. That's my family. Yeah, in the black with the necklace on. Oh, that's my cousin. Yeah. You think that we look alike? Interesting. I would have never thought that. Nice. Hands on the white jump. Yeah, I think that's my cousin, Paris. Hey. All right, so what I'm doing is, I thought you were going to say, like, I look at my auntie next to where I was standing next to. We look quite similar. My mum and her sisters and stuff, they all look very similar. All dark hair, dark features. Right, making this into the dough. And the good thing about this dough is it's very similar to the shortbread on the website. Sorry, all in together. Nope, first things first. Oh, get their names right one day. What you can do is roll it into a log and then just chop it like that. And then, so basically what I mean is like this. So make it into a log like that, for instance, or like a proper log. And grab yourself a kniffy, like that, and then just take pieces like that. And you can make cookies, you know. Super easy, you don't have to roll them out. But I want to roll them out today. The dough is so nice. It's very, very rich. Just simple cookie. Okay. Like that. Well, for the ice cream, I just want to basically get it thin enough so then I can bake it and whatever, but I also want to cut out shapes for a cookie. That'll do. It's a bit big. Just here talking to myself. That's too small. Okay, so better to be bigger than not, right? You have 4 minutes left, by the way. Thank you. Okay, so you think to make a mint slice, do you think bigger or smaller? Because I think that bigger. A mint slice is it like it's kind of like, it's kind of like a mint, no shit, let me say. It's kind of like a Tim Tam, but it's dark chocolate and a mint layer. But no, let me explain. It's more like a, what do you call like a thin mint, right? Like a thin mint, but with like a mint cream layer on top. That's what I'm thinking. 4 minutes, okay. I can't find my rolling pin. Well, the big one's dirty. I can't find my medium size one. It's missing. What? I used to, the baby one. You think small? Okay. Okay. Good idea. Good reasoning as well, Tully. Ugh. It's really hard with that small. Hey Google, do I have a timer?
No, you don't have any timers set at the moment.
I would let you borrow my rolling pin, Molly, but I don't think it would get there in time. I appreciate it. I'm running away. It's just taking so long. So before we were talking about subreddits, 1 minute left, thank you. What subreddits do you guys like? Like what do you, if you guys are on Reddit, do you have any subreddits? I like made me smile, made you smile, cutesy ones. I think some of them, it's really easy. There's some like really drama driven ones that is like, they're really heavy and really depressing. I like ones where you learn something, like interesting facts and stuff. In 1 minute, Rosalia's going to go beep, boop, beep, boop. Am I the Idiot is good, but then to get like follow-ups of Am I the Idiot, easy, you follow best of Reddit updates, because then they're like, you get the full story. I like that. Because like someone's the idiot, something happens, and then like over the period of a few months, you get like the whole story. But yeah, some of the stories on Am I the Idiot are really good, really interesting. Okay. Okay, been 20 minutes, thank you. Yes. Yes. Here we go. Yes. See this jiggle? I probably would have gone a bit less, but that looks good. All right, take it off. So they're going to continue to cook when we take them out. See, that's why it's better to slightly undercook them. I'm going to put them straight into the fridge. Okay. So the big one's got some wiggle too. Yeah. Fabulous. Turn the oven down. It's good. Kneel. Put them on a plate. Sometimes you can get like the tool, lift and hot things up. I have one, so it's called Try Not to Dip It Into the Water and Burn Yourself. Dish towel. Okay. I don't read the Reddit. I want... Wait for Charlotte Dobre to do a reaction video. Who's Charlotte Dobre? Dobre? Who is this person? Instagram, TikTok. I did see that a lot of the things go to TikTok. People do like reaction posts and stuff. Never seen it personally. Because a lot of the comments is like, I saw this blew up on TikTok. She's an actress who does reaction videos. Okay. What does she star in? Yum. Okay. Refrigerator. If you want to do it properly, grab some cling wrap. Oh, I bought more of these. These are disposable shower caps. They're the best. So it's like cling wrap, but reusable. They're amazing. You just buy them on eBay. It's like $7 for 100. No. Maybe cheaper than that. But yeah, they're good. I love them. Okay. If I was going to make room in the fridge. Okay. Done. Cool. Like that, roughly. Don't get too much. Because it's just a recipe test. Ooh, okay. So I'm just stamping some cookies out. And the rest of them, it's just going to be crumbles, you know? So think of this like a Thin Mint, but better. And then this scrap, we're just going to bake. And then crumble up into our ice cream. It's like rich and chocolatey and delicious. It's like Oreo, but better. Because you know what's in it. It's good stuff. So if I made this, see how it looks dark? If I made this with Dutch process, it would be like black. I'm going to put this in the oven, 160 degrees Celsius, 325 Fahrenheit, and bake it for like 10, 15 minutes. She was in The Stepson, other than that, YouTube, okay? I need to make this, but I will probably put me in a sugar coma. The ice cream or the cookies? Just cookies. You don't eat these are quite sweet and that's why it's better. I agree with Tully making them smaller. All right, put that in the oven. Like that. I don't know where my other, oh there it is. Baking tray is just there. So try and fit. Okay. It's a bit thin. Just kind of spread them out a bit. I don't think they'll spread too much. There we go. Then put that. Reckon we fit one more? Why not? There we go. Those cookies. Okay. Now, we don't want to make the ice cream now. Let's make wedges. No, what wedges? Nachos. Okay. Nachos. Upside down nachos. How would you do it? If I told you, you have to walk me through making upside down nachos. I've never done it. We're going to make it up as we go. Let's talk about the layers. Upside down nachos. What's going to be at the bottom? We're going to do chicken. We could do beef, of course, or vegetarian. What's going to be on the bottom of the... Like normal nachos, then flip them. Yes, definitely an option. We've got cheese supreme nachos because they're the best. Cheese supreme. Make your meat topping on the bottom, then chips and cheese and grill. Okay. Okay. Chicken and like capsicum, bell pepper, onion, kind of like a fajita mix on the bottom with like Mexican seasoning. Part of me says meat at the bottom, but another part says veg at the bottom. So that's the top later. But do we actually flip it over, Margot? Do we flip it back at all or nah? Or just always stays upside down? That would be work flavor-wise, but never had such big chunks in nachos. Okay. I'm keen to see how these nachos go because I might start making them upside down if they're better. Okay. All right, let me just remembering that this pan just came out of the oven, boiling water, and I'm picking it up with my bare hands. Oh. Okay, so let's put this cream to the side. We got chicken. I bought a capsicum or a bell pepper. We'll do the guac and the tomato fresh, I think, as a topping. Anyone disagree with that? We're going to have fresh sour cream, fresh guac, and fresh tomato on top. Yeah. As serving. Capsicum. Friends always thinking up for you. So crème. Chicken. Jalapenos. So I've got chicken, sour cream, jalapenos, bell pepper, capsicum. I think meat at the bottom too. Okay, are we preparing it on a tray? The idea was to cook the chicken and the veggies, put it on a tray, then layer corn chips, and then bake. Cool? Homemade sour cream? Oh, I don't know if I could do that. Fun fact, this was my Deb song. As in the bowl. So we don't have Deb bowls in Australia, do you know that? Oh, in Western Australia. Like Deb bowls aren't a big thing. But we had family friends in the East Coast and they did a Deb. At one stage there was talk about me going over East to do a Deb, but how many people did a debut as a young female? Nita, do you want to explain what a Deb is to all the people who might not know. You have a Deb, you do a Deb. Fancy private school things here. Justitius, where are you in the world? Is it private school? Okay. I wouldn't have expected that. Okay. Red onion. Fabulous. Okay. I was the only girl in my school year not to do the Deb because I hated the idea of it. You go on your debut. East Coast, yeah, I thought so. I thought you were. Yeah. My brain was stuck on what Nito said. I wasn't thinking of debutante ball. Yeah, a debutante, a debut. I thought it was debut, but it's debutante. Sorry, am I wrong? Yes. The thing, the tradition was essentially to welcome females into young womanhood as her debutante into society. So basically, you know what you think of if you guys have seen, what's that show? Bridgerton, where you're coming of age. It means that you're like in old school years, from my understanding, when you debuted in society, your debutante was when you were like ready to be married off. Your family would like prowl you around the ton, and you were basically shown off that you were of age and you could be married now. I was singing, yeah, that's what, Merrick, when Nito first said it, I was also visualising her singing while making mash, yes. It's 16-year-olds putting on white dresses and getting pissed on a footy field later. getting drunk. True Australian style. Oh God, those cookies smell amazing. Okay. Best. Yeah. So just an idea, like to dress up, wear a white dress. Sometimes it can be like a religious thing, but like a like in South America, you have a quinceañera. Is it in Spanish? It's a quinceañera. When you turn 15. Where you kind of like have your big birthday, kind of like that, but like quinceañera, 15. They do it young in South America. And you have like your party of like, you're coming into like adulthood type thing. And then like Jewish culture, they do their, I can only think of Mazel Tov. You have your bar mitzvah. That's coming of age, isn't it? Hey Google, what is a bar mitzvah?
According to Wikipedia, a bar mitzvah or bat mitzvah is a coming-of-age ritual in Judaism.
Yeah.
According to Jewish law, before children reach a certain age, the parents are responsible for their child's actions. Once Jewish children reach that age, they are said to become b'nai mitzvah, at which point they begin to be held accountable for their own actions.
I didn't know that it was to do that. Thank you. How many of you guys had a bar mitzvah? Oh, so a bar mitzvah is that the name for the boys' service, and the girls have a bar something else? It's a different name, if I'm correct. Or are they both called bar mitzvah? Yeah, I think this is ready. They spend more money on the quinceañera than the wedding. Yeah. Oh my gosh. I had never experienced anything like it Bath Boys bat. Thank you, Justitious. I knew that was some slight change. When I lived in Brazil, I lived in Brazil for a year, and I'd never heard of anything like it. And I just got told that we were going to a 15th birthday party, and they were like, "It's a big deal," and I'm like, "What do you mean?" Like, it's big. Holy dooly! It was I think it was an amazing experience to be a part of, and see. That was really cool. All right, capsicum. I'm going to keep some cooked and some not. If you spill the nachos, do you know which side is up? Whatever you want. I think this is to cover. This recipe is to cover if you accidentally spill them. You just pick it up and call it upside down. Or mixed nachos. See, there's mixed martial arts, and you got mixed nachos. You can eat your mixed nachos while playing mixed martial arts.
Delicious.
Katie, thank you for 14 months. Thanks for being a part of the community. How was your weekend? How you doing, Maddie, by the way? So we've got capsicum, aka bell pepper. If you dry this, it turns into paprika. Doing great. It's good to hear. So we've got this. We've got creme brulee. Creme brulees in the fridge, cooling down after they were baked. And we're also going to make some no-churn ice cream as well. I think I'm chopping up way too much of this. But we're going to keep some fresh because I like the crunch. So as a sub, you have to choose a dish for me to recreate as a challenge. Like right here and now, I might not have all the ingredients, but I got to try and make it as much as I can. It's a mystery box. Suka, how's the recovery going? How are you feeling? Okay. Green eyes. Well, thanks for hanging out with us. It's lovely to have you here. Thank you for the resub. And I hope you feel better soon. I'm glad that you're doing well. We're thinking of you. Ooh. Did they tell you kind of like an expected recovery time? I made my first authentic English breakfast minus the blood. Well, what did it have on it? Maddie? All right, chicken. All right, so here, also notice I got these out. These are our cookies that we're going to then crumble. I don't want to crumble them too much. I still want like chunks of cookie. And that's going to go through our ice cream. Actually tastes better as dough. 3 months, okay, doable. 3 months from now or 3 months in total? Nice. Okay. So chicken breast. So all we're doing. So Margot said not too chunky. So we're not gonna, these are for our upside down nachos. One of the reasons I don't eat nachos is because the chips go soggy, but we're gonna put the chips on the top to try something new. Okay, so 2 eggs, 3 sausage links, beans, which I really liked, okay? Bacon, grilled tomatoes, sauteed mushrooms. Nice. What about, how were your eggs cooked? And mushrooms, good. Yeah, that's pretty bang on. How did you cook the beans? How were your beans cooked? Okay, you have to translate that to me. Over soft. is that, I'm guessing, fried. I don't know in other countries, but the way Americans like over easy. I just say soft, gooey, flipped, real. Oh, fried second. Okay, real quick. Okay. Second side, real quick. Over easy, I say soft. Wash my hands. Oil, about a tablespoon and a half of oil. And then salt. All right, your Mexican seasoning quickly. Chili flakes, ground cumin, smoked paprika, garlic powder, a little bit of oregano, put a little bit of MSG in there if you want as well. Do a little bit of coriander as well, because we can. The beans surprised me because the Americans, we don't have beans for breakfast, but the sweet balance is salty, so nice. So you made the beans yourself? Okay. Whoop, wrong button. See you, Katie. Thanks for being here. Thank you for your resub. Did we get a dish off you? If not, no stress. Okay. We're just going to cook this until the chicken's cooked. Feel better, Katie. Thank you, Maddie. Take those cookies out to the oven. Fabulous. What do I put this? Okay. Oh, Shiza! The metal inside the silicone spatula is hot. Oh, you know, I didn't add pepper. When I make a full English, I use Bush's beans. Okay. Oh, you use baked beans. Okay. So, really nice. If you want to make your own, I have a recipe in All In Together you can make. But a can of cannellini beans, or like white beans, can of chopped tomatoes, and then like smoked paprika, brown sugar, garlic powder, or like minced garlic is nice. Then some cumin, salt, pepper. Very simple but very, very tasty. Put a bit of liquid smoke in there if you want as well. Very good. Okay. Yum. Now, Margot, this is where you're gonna come in clutch. Okay. So our cookie crumbles. All right, guys. Silicone mat, because why not? Fabulous. So this is 3/4 of the way done because we're going to bake it. It'll like finish off in the oven. Like that. So we're going to add the chips on now and then grated cheese. Is that right? Then when they come out of the oven, we will add the guac and other things to the side. Am I correct in thinking that? Dr. Pepper's sweet and sassy beans. I have all that and a pressure cooker. I'm ready to go. But yeah, you can do the beans in a pot, like a stir fry pan as well. You have to have a black pudding. Do you though? I want to try, is it white pudding? Same as black pudding without the blood. I would try, if you put it in front of me, I'd probably enjoy it. It does make me feel a little bit uneasy. Okay. A lot of cheese. Do you though? Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a bit of cheese down first because I want the cheese to melt and be like on the toppings as well. Just a little bit. You do though. Oh shit, that's the wrong button. Such a raw reaction. Oh, babe, I'm here. I'm raw and real. I'm honest. I'm truthful. I'm down with the dogs. I don't know what that means, but woo-hoo! Okay. Is this live? Okay. This is live. Are you live? Or just a recording? Okay. Shit. A Memorex? I feel like that's way above my knowledge and a whoosh for me. What's a Memorex? I feel like that's some Star Trek shit. My name is Bod. My name is Bod. Age myself too. The oldies in the chat. Is it live or it was a Memorex? Really? It's so funny. So like part of our ceiling got replaced yesterday and we've been getting quotes and things from different gyprockers, like plasterers. And it's so funny that they're saying the product, the insulation we have is terrible, like is bad, right? But I remember the ads for the insulation was cool or cozy, environmentally friendly, natural installation to be found, or something shit like that. And they keep telling me how bad it is, and I was like, but that's from, I remember it being from my childhood and how everyone raved about it on the ad, and now as an adult they're saying, no, it's terrible. It's like, but it doesn't commute, because to me it was a cool thing with a cool ad. So I don't know. All right, that was dope. How good that looks. It's got hidden stuff under stuff. It's from an ad, it must be good. And the jingle was great, right? Yeah. But it was like, when you heard it, you assumed that everyone had it. because it was cool or cozy. It was environmentally friendly. So like, I just assumed that it was good. And they were telling me it's bad. In the oven. Shit. Okay, quick styles. Hey pastry divas, into the oven. Now we need to get our guac on the go. Okay. Decorate, decorate. Oh no, I'm thinking of something else. I'm thinking of the Nicorette, Nicorette, you can beat the cigarette. Life is a lie. Okay, guac means avo. So I might do mine differently to you, and that's okay, but try my way. Okay, so you get avocado. I used half yesterday morning for my gym breakfast. Okay, avocado. All right, I know there's purists out there that just do avocado and lime juice. That's okay. You do you, Sally. But I'll do my way, and I think it's delicious. Okay. So avocado. And you have to say guacamole, okay? That's how you say it. There's certain things in our house that you have to pronounce, and you have to say tortillas and guacamole. Okay, because I said so. Just how we do it. All right. So avocado, you mush it. We like it a little bit chunky, but not too smooth, okay? Like that. Lime juice, always. Better than lemon. Don't do lemon. Lime is better. Cool. Now we need some salt. Heaps of peps. We need pep in our step. Okay. Pepper. Fabulous. Now we need a little bit of coriander. Exie doesn't like coriander, but I like it, so we eat it. Okay, you get it, you smush it into like a really small little, smush it. Hold it with your hand, and then you cut. You turn around, and then you smush it. Should have used a better knife. Okay, like that. Now, this is where I deviate a little bit. You put a little bit of oil in there. Olive oil. Trust me, the oil transports everything, makes it taste good. Like that. Bob's your uncle, and Sally should be your aunt. So, ABT, always be tasting. Here we go. Cilantro. Yum. So good. Fabulous. Fantastical. You can add some chopped up red onion if you want in there too. But I'm not one of those people that put tomato in there. I don't really like tomato. Red onion is good for some crunch. Each their own. Everyone can do. You do you guac, and I'll do me guac. But you should try me guac. Que delícia. All right, that done. So crème here. And I like some chopped tomatoes, fresh tomatoes on the surface. But they have to be like semi-underripe when I eat fresh tomatoes. I don't like them soggy, or I give them to Exceed. I'll make him a toasted sandwich or something with the soggy ones. Because he likes them. Okay. I met some new people the other day, and they were British and introduced himself as Bob, and I was like, oh my God, Uncle Bob. He was not amused. I like that. You can only get crunchy tomatoes, right? All right. I used the world's shittest. No, it's not actually a good knife, but it's a bit small for what I'm wanting to use it for. Okay. Oh golly, these look so good. Oh my God, Margot, I'm gonna kiss you. We've got a little bit of capsicum or bell peppers here as well for crunch. Put this all away. Rexy tells you off if you leave the cheese out, because I have a terrible habit of leaving the cheese out. So it's good if we put a hat on our cheese, like this. The cheese gets a hat, like a full body hat. Stops it drying out. Put everything away. Ba-ba-dum. Are you ready? Are you ready for this jelly? I need some yeses. A full body hat. Yeah. Like a poncho. Yeah. That's what I should say. A full poncho. Are you ready for this jelly? Okay, nachos. Are you ready? I said, are you ready? Look at this. Oh, look at that. Oh my God, you've changed my life, Margot. Look at this. Now I can pick up a cheesy chip. Look at all these cheesy chips. And they're crunchy cheesy chips. Oh. Guys, we're on an ad break. They're missing out on these chips. Look at this. And then to stop them cooking, to stop it cooking, you just pick up your silicone mat. Guys, haven't I thought of everything? Mix all this silicone mat. You just pick it up like this once it cools down slightly, and just pick it up and then just plonk it on your table, and you and your friends have just got like a share platter, and you're already done. And it's reusable. Wow, you're giving everyone not in an ad $1,000? Okay. And then you go here, like this. We guac and roll. And then get this one. And use sour cream. That, and some tomato. Bob's your bloody uncle. Look at that. And then you just pick up, look, cheesy chip. You pick up some chicken from underneath here. Plonk it in there into your guac. Look at that, guys. Look at that. What do we think? I'm all about this. I think this is a great idea. Oh, yeah. Uh-huh. Yum. Magnificent. DM, of course. Everybody tell me the code word. You have to do this and use Cheese Supreme Doritos. Okay? Cheese Supreme, best Doritos ever. The only ones you really should buy. What's your favorite Dorito? And if it's different to mine, I will allow it. but I'll tell you you're wrong. But what's your favorite? The only ones that I know of in Australia, original, cheese supreme, nacho cheese, not as good. They're the only three that I can think of. Oh, my CC's go, oh my God. Nito, why? What does CC's do for you? Exceed likes the original CC's. We don't have Cool Ranch. No. We're basic. I would think this needs like a salsa maybe, but I like it as it is. Have I impressed you? Have my showcasing of Margot's idea? Well, I don't know if Margot, well, let's just say Margot invented this. Like it? What's your feelings, thoughts? Yuck, original. I agree. Sorry guys, I'll leave. Oh, finally. What are we doing now? Ice cream. Are CC's like free? Oh, you guys don't have CC's in America? CC's Fritos. There's a Frito. CC's stands for corn chips, but they're basically like off-brand Doritos. Not as good. Look. It's like lifting up a woman's skirt. Look at underneath. Walmart Doritos. Yeah. You want to see underneath my Dorito skirt? It's chicken. They are still a little bit soggy, but less so. They're so yummy. Margot, you've impressed me again. Mexicana, sweet chili, okay. That's enough CC slander, thank you. Okay, let's go. Ice cream time. Okay. So, we're gonna do coffee ice cream with a fudge, salted chocolate fudge swirl and cookie crumbs. How's that sound? Any additions, any tweaks? Coffee, no churn ice cream with a salted caramel fudge sauce. And cookie crumbs. Tapatio Doritos, which are the bomb. Tapatio. What does that mean? What is tapatio? Tapatio. These are our cookie crumbs that I made way too many of, but it's okay. Some of them are a bit soft. This looks like a little dog with no head or no tail. It's an animal's body. It's like a chocolate graham cracker. Did you put it down? You didn't buy it, did you? I will not be held responsible for you hurting yourself with that, okay? All right, ladies and legends, 3 ingredients. It's going to change your mind, change your life, okay? So we've got condensed milk, a carton of whipped cream, 600 mils. So North Americans, for you guys, okay? 2.5 cups of whipped cream. And they're Australians, 2.4 cups. So just under, remember? The American cups are a little bit different than ours. Okay. All you need to do, we're gonna make coffee, so we're gonna increase. No, I'm not increasing anything. I'm just getting coffee, ground coffee. Our cup size has changed? No, they've always been different. So, yeah. So if you read First Things First, Australian cups, that's why there's a conversion. If you have, that's why I came prepared for you guys. Okay, see? So this is the Miss Molly silicone mat, right? Australian measurements on one side and then US measurements on the other. So here, so US, so your 1 cup is 240 mils, whereas Australian cups, hold on, Australian cups are 250 mils, right? Your tablespoon and teaspoon is the same, whereas it's 5 mils. A tablespoon is 20 mils in Australia and 15 mils in the US. So 1 tablespoon is 4 teaspoons in Australia. In the US, 1 tablespoon is 3 teaspoons. Make sense? Cool? So your cup is just slightly, but but it doesn't really matter if you're using cups. It's inaccurate anyway. You should be using grams, but if you're using cups, you're going to use 1 cup of milk, 1 cup of sugar, 1 cup of this. Like it's all ratios, right? So you're going to make the recipe's still going to work. Whereas in Australia, if you use the same recipe, you're still using the cup. The ratios are still the same. So majority of the time, it will be slightly different, but it won't make a huge issue. It's only when you're doing like double or triple portions, things like that. But did you know a cup of flour, we measured it in stream, we got the community to measure it, and there's so much fluctuation in measuring 1 cup of flour because you can spoon it in, and depending on your humidity in your room, the flour swells and it holds more weight. But also if you pressurize it even slightly, or scooping the flour pressurizes up to 50% extra flour. So I weigh my cup of flour as 150 grams. Would sometimes, depending, 145 was primarily what I use a measure of flour as for a cup. We had people from 120 grams to nearly 200 grams. And like that is a massive fluctuation in flour. So you need to always, when baking, I always recommend to use scales because we want to measure by weight rather than volume, because the volume of a cup of flour and a cup of sugar is the same volume, but it's not the same weight. So that's why it can fluctuate, and that means that make or break. No, your recipes are just going to be inconsistent. That's basically it. They're still going to work. 80% of the time they're going to work. They're just not going to be as consistent. And sometimes people say to me, they're like, my cake batter is too runny or it's too dry or whatever. That's the biggest issue, is not measuring by scales. Huge difference if you scoop or pour flour. Yep. Or like you use a spoon to then measure the cup, right? Oh, thank you, Molly. Okay, so bowl What we want to do is I'm going to use this cream up first. This is newer. So I weigh myself in Australia. I'll be... Now I feel good. No, you'll sweat all the weight out when you come in summer. All right, so yeah. We usually just use this because that's all you need for the recipe. However, this cream is a little bit older, so I want to use that up first. Yeah, I should have just poured this cream into that jug. That's what I really should have done. So I didn't have to get another vessel, but whatever. Okay. 500 mils. No way. Oh my goodness. So 1 + 1 + 1, I'm guessing pancakes? No. We're making no churn ice cream. So 1 condensed milk, cream. We're gonna whip the cream. We're gonna fold through the condensed milk, and then we're gonna make the coffee. We can put this in here now. Some vanilla bean paste. We're gonna stir through some fudge. So the fudge recipe is on the website. Salted chocolate fudge. It is delicious. Where is it? Did I use it all? No, don't tell me I used it all. I need it. I need it today. Oh my God. No. Oh my God. Oh my God. I used it all. Oh my good golly gracious. Someone stole it. Yeah. Okay. Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do that. I'm going to add in, how coffee do we want it? We want like nice coffee kick, don't we? I'm going to go with 2 teaspoons. So this is instant coffee, okay? Instant coffee. And all we're going to do is add a little bit of boiling water just to dissolve this. We don't want to incorporate too much. Like if you warmed up milk would be good, but I can't bother doing that. So I'm going to go 3 because then I can always not add all of it. Hey Google, turn on Alexa.
All right, turning Alexa on.
Did she just turn on? My earpiece is flat. Now, I'm going to make a little quick fudge. Yeah. I'm going to make a quick chocolate fudge. Wait, Google, control your Alexa? No, so my kettle, my hot kettle, what do you guys call it? A water kettle, is called Alexa. I've called it its name. See, you can see the blue thing. Sorry, I haven't put stuff away. My kitchen's pantry's a bit messy. This thing here, it's a smart kettle. I got it from Kogan, best $50 ever. And I can turn it on remotely. And I call it Alexa as a joke. Yeah. It's just a joke. Because everyone goes, huh, on stream? It's my little laugh. All right, I'm going to grab some dark chocolate. It's one of the things that I hate about, hopefully, that Google come out with. Like, sometimes you want to talk to Google. I heard that Alexa, you could whisper to it and it'll whisper back to you. Like Google, you can't do that. It's very frustrating because sometimes I want to ask Google a question and Exceed's asleep next to me. And it, like, you ask it a question and it goes, the weather is blah, 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 blah. It's like, thanks, dude. Appreciate it. It's very shouty indeed. Okay, so that is 3 teaspoons of coffee, instant coffee, good quality instant coffee, Moccona. About 1 tablespoon, a little bit too much, 1 tablespoon of hot water. Yeah, I have Google Home on my bedside and it's so shouty. Yeah, so we play white noise at nighttime while we sleep. I have a fan on one side of the room because I like the noise and the airflow, like I like a little bit of movement in here. Nextseed has Google Home on his side with playing white noise. And then about a month ago we had it short out, or the power turned off, I think. And Exceed woke up in the middle of the night and there was no white noise playing. So he didn't know how to turn it on without waking me up. So it was a bit tricky. Okay, so this here is just sugar, making a dry caramel, like that. And then the last little bit of cream that I have left, I'm going to make caramel. Okay, so basically, you just want to swirl. It's going brown, but you don't want to caramelize it. Not supposed to do what I'm doing, but I'm just doing it, okay? Because it potentially can crystallize your sugar. Swirl. My heat's on way too high, that's why. It should do this slowly so you have time to swirl it and it dissolve. But that's your caramel, right? And you want to be very careful. Very careful. Turn the heat off. Cream. Hello, Levy. How you doing? How you been? What's news? Okay. So heat's turned off. We're just swirling this to kind of get it to dissolve. A little bit of salt, salted chocolate, fudge, and then put your chocolate in there as well. Don't give out your Wi-Fi if you have a Google device. Worst thing about my Google Home is it started broadcasting my neighbour's conversation from their smart device. Apparently they using my Wi-Fi. What? Broadcasting my neighbour's conversation from their... So what do you mean? How does that work? It was broadcasting their conversation to them or their conversation to you? Right, that is your fudge. I'm just gonna, to you, oh my goodness. All right, this is delicious. Chocolate fudge. It's amazing. And then when it cools down, it's very like fudge sauce. The recipe's on the website. I just did like the cheats version. So don't trust that. Yum. Okay. We've done the fudge. Swirl through. We've got the cookies. Got the coffee. We're ready to go. Now. Oh, oh, oh. Like that. Oh my goodness. How did your neighbors get your password though? To your Wi-Fi? How are they using your Wi-Fi? All right, whipping this. I'm gonna add in our coffee. Excuse me? Coffee? In a meeting, and all of a sudden my Google started blasting the activity. What type of activity was it? How did that start happening? I bet you didn't know, but I gave it to the kids to do homework. They put it on all their devices. Oh my God. You know, every few months or something, like I go on my apps and I sign out of all, like if I'm on the internet or using an app, I like sign out of all devices just so that I can ensure that it's only me or Exceed using them. Okay, so we're whipping this until stiff peaks. And we're going to fold through the rest of the coffee, the condensed milk, and then our mixings. This is no-churn ice cream. 1, 2, 3, 4 ingredients. Well, it's basically 3 ingredients, and then you add your flavors. So we're using coffee, cookies, and fudge. This is the family. They were doing the adult sexy time, adult activities. That's right. The kids need to know how things are made. They're practicing making kids. Never share Wi-Fi with anyone anymore, yeah. Sexy time in the middle of, imagine like your colleagues, they just would have thought, oh my gosh, random noise. Did you see all those people, horizontal folk dancing? I love that. You see those stories of like, you know, in COVID, how everyone was doing Zoom meetings and stuff, and people weren't paying attention and people were doing inappropriate stuff because they thought their colleagues couldn't see. All right. See, I need larger bowls. Okay, whipped cream, okay? No, there's not enough coffee. Add the rest. It's so windy. It's saying it's going to be, I looked at the weather report, windy? No, don't do that. It's going to be windy until Friday. One of my colleagues' sons walked in the camera. He was nude. Like a kid. Why was his son walking in on his dad? Was he good looking? Okay. Condensed milk. Look at this. You don't want to whip out too much air? Oh, delicious. Still think it needs more coffee, but I don't know. More coffee or not. Do you not welcome in? Hoping it does. It's so easy. I want you guys to make this in your own homes. Okay. Cookie crumbles. More coffee. that. His dad was at the kitchen table. Son was walking to get a towel. Oh my God. I suppose it must be a very like open family. I think like if I still lived at home, my parents would be the ones walking around naked. I wouldn't walk around naked. I'm getting more coffee. Where's the coffee gone? I think you like I don't know about your parents. My parents were always like naked household. Like it didn't really matter. No one cared. But I know that there's other families where the parents aren't. We still haven't answered if you look good. And the linen cupboard was in view of the camera. Wow. I wasn't focused on the face. But was it good? Neither everyone else is gone, but well, did it look good? Guys, I can't concentrate. All right. I'm sure he's a nice kid and is very popular. Okay. I'll read through those lines.
Delicious.
So I'm going to say about a tablespoon of coffee.
I had to resubscribe because I got a 2-minute ad and was going to miss out on Nito's response.
I love that. That's what we want. Miss out on Nito's conversation. Nito, let's just start having more conversations. Empatha, thank you for the resub. Thank you for supporting us. Thank you for supporting me. And I hope you're subscribing for more than Nito's conversation topics. But yeah. Appreciate it. What dish can I get you? Gucci on. M. Potzler, you superstar. Look at that, guys. Yum. That's only half a thing of cream. I don't think it needs to be more than that. Okay, this fudge though. I don't want the fudge to be like too thin. I want it to be like streaky, you know? It would be better if it was cold, but it's not because we've just made it. I would say Rice Krispies. But I can't make rice. What do you mean? Hold on. You mean like Rice Krispie treats? And what's a 2-minute ad? Never had anything longer than 10 seconds. Damn. This is your ice cream dish. Sadly, you guys might have known that we had to say goodbye to the ice cream container, the insulated ice cream container that Liz bought, because it got dropped and it wanted a better life for itself. He wanted to escape. He tried to jump off the cupboard and he died. He didn't like living here, so it took its... because reasons. I don't want to hear about that. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to put a little bit of fudge at the bottom, like this. Like that. A naked kid. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh! Delayed reaction. Okay. Swirl some fudge through. Oh, that looks so good. It was a whoopsie daisy. Lucky because he wasn't in a meeting. Sometimes they yell on stream and it freaks his colleagues out. Oh my gosh, this ice cream is going to be so delish. Give it a little shake. We should put nuts in it or something. Like that. Look at that. Take these clips off. Look at that. Guys, stop thinking about someone's hoo-ha and focus on the ice cream. No more hoo-ha chat. Okay? A little bit more. These nuts. Except, do you want some nachos? They're still crunchy. Oh my God. They're still crunchy. This is magnificent. Look at that. So, grab one of these. Shit. Grab one of these and then cover it like that. Freezer. Okay. So that will be. I'll scoop you some on Friday. We say bye-bye to that now. Bye-bye. See you long. So long. See you later. Ice cream. Just gotta find a space for it. Hoorah! Hoorah! Oh, shit. Okay. Why doesn't Exceed come on cam anymore? He does occasionally, but he works Monday to Friday now. So he's meant to be, like, he's working, so it wouldn't be right, like, if his employer came in and he was on stream when he's getting paid to work. But he sometimes comes into the kitchen to get food or whatever. But he does come on stream if it's like a public holiday or he's on holidays or things like that. So thank you for understanding. And also, I don't want to share you guys. So this is like this squeezy thing that I tell you about. So I've got leftover condensed milk because I only use half the tin. Here.
What am I supposed to do with that?
Take a plate. Look. They're still crunchy. They're great. And then you lift up the skirt and surprise, there's the chicken.
You called it a skirt?
A skirt. I said look up like a skirt. When was the last time we did chicken nachos?
Are they your mint slices?
Yeah. Oh, no, you didn't see my ice cream. No. You see my ice cream? You want any of that?
No, but I will have this.
You want hot sauce? Okay. Uh-huh. Lift up the skirt and surprise. Happened to me once in Thailand. So I recommend, this is, guys, this is, say, if anyone asks why, say, me, I told you, you need to get a squeezy jar, a squeezy container like this, and put your condensed milk in it. Because then you can use condensed milk more often. You don't have to open a whole jar. And yeah, you don't have to like, you can just use sometimes like I want to create recipes with a tablespoon of condensed milk. And you don't have to feel like, oh, I'm going to use a whole jar and then eat it all. If you want to do that, do you? The squeezy jar, this product, I haven't seen it available again, but this is Nestle condensed milk squeezy. It's amazing. I've got one for Dolce de Leche as well, but I can't buy it again. So I just clean the jar with hot water, sanitize it, and then fill it up with another tin. It's so good. Because then you can put it on ice cream, or sometimes I put it in cookies, condensed milk cookies. Or we can just do this and squeeze it straight into your mouth. We have the squeeze bottles in the store now. Nice. Okay, then buy them. But they're more expensive. The squeeze jars are more expensive than the tin. So buy the squeeze jar once and then buy the tins and just refill the jar. Or make key lime pie. Can't do that because I don't have key limes. Fun QB mayonnaise with MSG. Oh, you legend! Okay. Amazing. Go, you good thing. Love the MSG QP. I used to have one of those squeezy jars, but it got turfed. Oh, they're so good. Or you can make it with the regular lime. Still tastes amazing. There you go. I never know. Do you recycle this? The can, the lid, recyclable. But do you need to wash it out, or do you just recycle it? Because I was thinking that with like a can of tin tomatoes. Is it recyclable, or do I have to wash it out? You can, but you have to wash it out. Oh, damn it. Okay. Vamos crème, no, brulee the crème. You want to brulee the crème with me? Brulee. I wash the tins out. You're a good human. I never. Okay. ladies' legends. Look at this. Our creme brulee. Damn. So we'll just take these two out. You said to me, Okay. Grab your sugar. And you're gonna need a spoon. And then a blowtorch. Okay? So. I like to put it on a podium so it's higher for you guys. Okay, like that. Do you use granulated or caster? I only buy caster because I bought it in bulk, so I use caster. All right, so a thin layer. You don't want it too much. You can always do multiple layers. So put a teaspoon on, half teaspoon at a time. Okay. And then work evenly. You can rotate it if you want. A little bit dark. But then you can always do multiple layers if you want a really big crunch. Yeah, you can pop it under the grill. You want to put it really close under the broiler or the griller. So I've turned mine down so it's not as strong. You want to put it on really, like preheat it, your broiler or grill, or salamander or whatever you want to do it. Preheat it, and then you don't want to cook the custard too much. So you want it to be really hot. There we go. Oh, it's a bit hot on the surface. Okay. Like I said, just tap, 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 thin layer. And just working your way around, melting the surface as you go. Exclamation mark playlist. It's a YouTube music playlist. If you find that you're holding the torch over in one area and it's not browning, just put more sugar there because it might mean that there's not enough sugar in that area. Not sure if I'd like to taste the farts. Oh, what? I didn't see that. Look at that. Chef Unicorn, welcome in. Dutch oven me. What? I don't want to know. Okay. Ready? Yum. The playlist may need to be updated. It's not working? Yum. The custard's still a bit warm because it needs to be in the fridge longer. It didn't have the last two songs. Oh, okay. Yum. So, using the recipe in All In Together, I just increased the cream and reduced the milk a little bit more. And you can add flavors if you want. You can make like coffee, add heaps of vanilla because it makes it so good. And so it's the creme brulee, no, it's the creme caramel recipe in All In Together that we've just made into creme brulee. It's delicious. I remember recipe testing this when we had just moved into this house. We were like through the renovation. There was shit everywhere. We weren't streaming. And I was making it in this room behind on like a camp stove. We had like a camp kitchen and I was using the pressure cooker. That was amazing. The recipe testing for the pressure cooker and the slow cooker saved us when we were renovating because it doubled as me recipe testing, but we had no equipment. We have no stove or whatever, and it was fantastic. Lavender creme brulee. Okay, I've never had that before. I've only ever had like lavender flavored things once or twice. And I'd like to try more. I wouldn't say it's bad. It's different. Yum. So the key thing here with creme brulee is you want the custard pots to be cold, like really cold, and you want to brulee them just as you're serving. You don't want to brulee this and then put it back in the fridge because the sugar dissolves. It draws the moisture in from the atmosphere, and it will become a wet puddle. So it's a bit hard to to go back from that. What I would do is kind of do this. If you wanted to, say for instance, this was not eaten and you didn't want to serve it yet, just take the cream layer off. Any kind of try and smooth it out, but any kind of bumps in the surface you can cover with more more sugar when it's time. Make sense? Yum. I see gonna love me. Usually we go to like a sushi train and then we share a creme brulee at the end. The nearby ones have creme brulee on their sushi train conveyor belt thing. I see the lavender and cream, nice. Get the soap flavour, yeah, I get that. Be careful. Oh my goodness. So these are our little cookies that I'm going to be recipe testing the next day or so. We're going to put a layer of like a mint cream on top and then cover them with chocolate. I think that'll be quite nice. An Aussie mint slice. Little biscuits like that. They're nice. Just got to see how they turn out. I think they're a bit crunchy. They need to be lighter. So I'm thinking like a little bit of more baking soda. Got to make creme brulee? Yeah, you do. If you want a recipe, you want a lot of recipes, get this. All into the salon pressure. Recipe in there. That's for creme caramel, but the recipe doubles as making creme brulee as well. Okay. MissMollyMakes.com. And there's over 75 recipes in there for slow and pressure cookers. So you can make the the creme brulee took us, 50 minutes in the oven baking, but in the pressure cooker. How long they take to cook? In the pressure cooker, 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Then in the slow cooker, you're looking at about 1 to 1.5 hours in the slow cooker. But in the oven, 50 minutes baking. The books are legit so good. I'm so excited to cook from it. Yes, that's what I want to hear. Yeah, a great way of supporting me. And we provide free content on Twitch. But if you have liked what we do, if you have the ability to now or in the future, merch, subscribing, cheering, tipping is a great way to support me and the content so I can keep cooking for you and cooking with you. If you have any questions about the recipes on the website or books or in general, here is the web place to ask, and also Discord. Slow cooker cookbook, and it's fab. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, ladies, lads, and legends, cookies, nachos, creme brulee. What was your favorite? What is your DOTD? We had upside down nachos, which I'm very excited for, creme brulee, and chocolate cookies. Oh, ice cream. The ice cream, I'll grab it out. So it's a coffee fudge cookie ice cream. I don't know what I'm going to call it yet, but it's a no churn ice cream. 2 main ingredients, condensed milk and whipped cream. We've had coffee, some chocolate biscuits chopped up, some fudge from our website. Hold on. Look at this. You don't need a machine for that. It's going to be so good. So, what is your DOTD? Upside down nachos. Coffee, fudge, ice cream. Look at these. Yes. Or creme brulee. Oh my God, this is so good. Hell yeah. Yes. All the things. Pick all of them. Uruguayan. Welcome in, German. I'm going to say nachos for now, but because the ice cream isn't ready just yet. Okay. But I'll scoop the ice cream. Remind me on Friday. I'll scoop it and I'll give you some on Friday. I'm a savoury person for the sweet, but for the sweets this time. Nachos are good. Creme brulee is good. I think I'm going to go, my favourite, the one that's blown my mind is the nachos. Very impressed, Margot. Thank you for this redemption. Creme brulee was redeemed by P Swan. So if you see P Swan around, thank him. And then the cookie, I think we need some ice cream recipes on the website. So I think I'm going to have to remake it now to put on the website. I like to have like a step-by-step thing, but maybe not. We'll see. I'll just put the photos on and make it later. Do you speak Spanish? No. Eu falo português. Eu entendo pouquinho de espanhol. Só pouquinho. Poquito, pouquinho. In Spanish, pouquinho. Porquito. 9. Yeah, English aquí. English here. All right. Guys, special Wednesday stream. Sorry for not being here. Poquito. Yeah, in Portuguese, pouquinho. It's like small amount. All right. Yeah, sorry for not being here Monday. I just wasn't feeling good, and it wouldn't have been fun for a stream. Thank you for the people that reached out and sent me messages. I appreciate you checking in on me, asking me if I was okay. I appreciate it. Oh, goodness. What a stream. 4 hours. God, it goes quick. All right. So, oh, all right. Where are we going to go? Let's go over to Ben. What's Ben doing? Ify? Or is he awake? I'm just seeing if these two people are awake. Am I still? I have my registration, my nursing registration still. I'm on a. Hello. I'm on a still my registration, but I'm on a non-practicing list. As of this year, I moved over to like a non-practicing register. So I am a nurse, but can you give me Botox? No. And you don't want to go to someone who is just a nurse. You want to make sure that there's so many muscles and so much stuff in your face that you don't want to screw up. Make sure you go to someone that is really skilled. I mean, you're in Sydney. I would recommend someone in Melbourne, but I can pump you full of creme brulee though. Yes. I feel like with you, I'd get Botox and cake. Yeah. Botox and cocktails and cake. Please go to a cosmetic surgeon, not a beautician. Not a beautician. You want to go to like a trained, skilled, injecting nurse. If you want to go to an injector nurse, make sure they have like quite a few years experience, because it's a big training course to do injectables as a nurse. Or go to someone like a dentist, like dentists do, because they know the muscles and things. You can get Botox, especially like jaw stuff, through dentists. Qualified and endorsed, yeah. They should be part of APRA, which is the like the registration board. Yeah. I send you a greeting from Uruguay. Thank you. I've got a proper person. I'm just greedy and want cake too. Okay. Speaking of that, cake. We're not doing cake, but what about cookies? I'm thinking about doing a cookie drive where we put you on a list in Australia and internationally, and I will ship, like I'll do a cookie drive and I'll send them to you in your country. So we'll send them to North America, we'll send them to within Australia and UK if necessary, wherever you guys are, New Zealand. But if you're interested, I'll discuss it with Exceed and then figure out, we can talk in Discord. Because a few people have asked me, I did send them to Dex, and that was actually a good trial. The cookies did end up, I'm hoping, pretty well. He did say they were nice. I sent choc chunk cookies and shortbread, I think, all the way to the East Coast US. Can you teach me how to ship cookies without breaking? Shitload of bubble wrap. A lot of bubble wrap. Planning to be a cosmetic injectable nurse and open a clinic in Melbourne. Okay. Bougie. They're Beneath the Skin. I think that's Beneath the Skin injectables. I worked with her. We did agency nursing together in Perth, but now I think she lives in Melbourne. She's someone to follow on Instagram. Her business kind of model and things. She seems to be doing really well. Happy to take cookies after Bubs is born soon. Being healthy is hard. I understand that. Shipping peanuts, the edible kind. Is there an edible kind? Can you get flavoured shipping peanuts? I don't know if you can. I don't think you should eat them. Yes, so cookie drive. It'll be kind of like gingerbread cookie. We might do like a varied gingerbread cookies, Anzac cookies, choc chunk cookies, and shortbread probably. Yeah. We'll have to figure it out, and the costing and things. Like, you know, the cost of the pack could be like, I don't know, $30, $40. And then shipping, you know, I'll try and make it as cheap as I can. And then the shipping cost. What's your Instagram and M? Again, I check them out. I think Beneath the Skin Injectables. I think I did like 1 or 2 shifts with her. And I followed her a while ago. I don't know if I still follow her, but yeah, I just remember because she was in Melbourne. She was starting her business, and I think that she's doing well, which is good. They have some new non-toxic shipping peanuts that say edible on the package. What are they made out of? Those peanuts. All right, let's go over to Jen's, the wonderful Jen's. She's playing Tom Clancy's Rainbow Siege 6. She's a lovely human. We love Jen's. She's very supportive of us and welcomes the community in. Next stream, we are making mini, I might change the menu. I don't know if I feel like mini banoffee pies after we've made all this ad hoc, but Thai basil chicken on Friday, okay? 1 day and 19 hours, so Friday. Thank you for those who have supported the channel today. Hell's Bells, 7 months. Poker Unproven. I just have to realize how to say that. 1 month. Rosella gifted Shroom Elements. Nito Burrito gifted a strip. Tohomi Joe for 5 months. Katie for 14. And M Potsa for 19 months. Thank you for the extra special humans. Thank you for helping me stay streaming and supporting the content. It really is so appreciated. You don't have to, and you choose to go above and beyond. I really appreciate it. Thank you everyone for being here. Copy and paste the raid call message. It really is a great way to show me you love me. No, but jump into Jen's stream and give her some love by copy and pasting that. Hope you see you on Friday. Love you. Bye.